Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this big day, the all important clash at the Norway Chess. Day 5, round number 5. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you today. I'm right there from the beginning because the two world champions are going to take their seats opposite each other. It's the five-time world champion, the former world champion Vishwanathan Anand, taking on the current world champion, who's also five times world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And we have a surprise guest today as well. Guys, any guesses on who the surprise guest is? Anyone? By the way, the games will begin in a bit. No, the surprise guest is very unique today, and I think very difficult for all of you to guess. Although in the chat I see someone has guessed it already. Chat is so good. Chat is so strong. Cannot challenge them really. Okay. By the way, guys, while the game is about to begin, let me know your thoughts on this. I feel that Vishy Anand having the white pieces means that it's not going to be easy for Magnus to beat him. At the same time, the last time that Vishy beat Magnus was in 2015 in classical chess. So it's been close to 7 years, and Magnus has beaten him several times since then. So actually, it's not going to be easy. And Anand opens the game with 1e4. Now, guys, if Magnus Carlsen is in aggressive mood, he will play the Sicilian, but not really. Magnus is like, Vishy, going to respect your openings today. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6. And now, will Vishy go for the Rui Lopez or the Italian? He goes for the Italian. He plays Bishop C4. Doggy style says ready with a biryani. Let's go. Nice. Nice. Knight to F6. Very nice move. Very standard move. But okay, you can also play Bishop C5. Knight F6 allows Knight G5, which is then a very complicated system with D5 and so on. Of course, Anand doesn't choose that. He prefers going D3, very solid. Okay. And then Bishop E7 played by Magnus. Very nice. Very interesting. Now, guys, why do I call this move interesting? I will tell you exactly. I'll tell you what is the reason. So let me just first pull up here, and let me bring on the ChessBase 16 board. So you will know exactly what I'm talking about. So after E4, and I'm going to use my live database here, E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop C4, Knight F6, the move D3 has been played 48,000 times. Okay. And in response, 21,000 games have continued Bishop C5. But 19,000 games have continued Bishop E7. Okay, so I was actually assuming that Bishop E7 must have been played quite less. But 19,000 games also have continued with Bishop E7. But if you look at like the top games recently between top players, you will see that many of them have mostly played Bishop C5. But you can see Carlsen playing Bishop E7 against Esipenko recently. Okay, got it. So Bishop E7 on the board. The main move now is castles, as we can see, and also C3. Let's look at what Vishy has played in the position. Anand has gone castles. Okay, Vishy has played castles in the game. Oh, and few more moves have happened. Black has also castled, and Vishy has played rook to E1. Welcome to everyone, guys. Today is going to be a long day, and at the end of the day, that's the beauty of Norway chess. that we are going to find a winner of today's play. You know, it's not going to be like it'll be a draw and then both of them go home. We will find a winner because there will be Armageddon that will happen. I also feel that Vishy has a small edge in the Armageddon, guys. What do you think? Because he will have the white pieces and 10 minutes, while Carlsen will have 7 minutes. Everyone's asking who is the guest. Rakshit Singh says tomorrow is Nihal versus Arjun in junior speed chess. Yes, we'll cover it. So what we'll do, I don't know the timings. Does anyone know the timings? Who is the guest? Amruta. No. Amruta is not the guest. Although she would be a very special guest because she hasn't been attending our streams recently. Very busy. Also not keeping well. A4 played by Vishy Anand. He's played his pawn up to A4. Now, let's look at it this way. Oh, 8:30 only. Okay, right. We'll do it. No, guys, you will love the guest. I'll give you some hints closer to the time when he's joining. He's going to join in 15 minutes. Okay. And then I'll give you some hints before he joins so you can guess. Now, if you think about this position just philosophically, okay, both sides have castled. Both sides have castled. White has put his bishop outside the pawn chain, while black's bishop is inside the pawn chain. So that should be good for white, isn't it? Secondly, white can dominate this knight with one move right now. What is that move that white can play which will dominate this knight on c6? Can anyone tell me? We'll also, this is our first question on chat chess moves. Let's see if people in the chat are alert. Oof. So quick. And look at this. Super quick. Let me first also make sure that we have the board here. Yeah, there you have the board. And guys, we have the guest joining in. Okay, so here's my small hint to all of you. C3 is correct, by the way, guys. All of you are right. C3 is the correct move. So my hint to all of you is that this guest who is joining us has beaten Magnus Carlsen 12 times. And he's played against him 69 times. Any guesses in the chat? Yes, you guys are right. You guessed it right. But let me just make sure that. Hello?
Hello. 1 second.
Guys, can you recognize him from his voice? He's here and he's the one and only Vladimir Kramnik is joining us. Hello, Vlad. How are you?
Hello. All good. Thank you. Everything's fine.
It's so nice to have you here because you see, Vlad, we have Magnus, who's the current world champion, playing. Vishy, who is the previous world champion, fighting against him. And we have you here who's going to talk a bit about the match, who was the world champion before Vishy. So what a big honor it is to have you.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure also to watch Vishy's playing and to comment on it. I'm very glad that he lately seems to be in very good form. I think he's leading in the tournament. Sorry, I was not following it very closely, but I saw that he won a couple of games.
These are the standings. He is leading along with Magnus Carlsen. So actually today's game will determine who will, move ahead in the tournament.
Okay, great. Excellent. And I saw the opening already, by the way. It reminded me something, this
of position. The training session.
Yes. I mean, I'm wondering if we saw those videos because this is exactly what I recommended to play against this system, with white when I had the session with the Indian talented kids. a couple of years ago before the pandemic.
Yeah, I must show the viewers a very nice picture here. Guys, look at just this one here of Vladimir here. He trained a lot of Indian youngsters, the super talents here. This happened in Switzerland. Actually, this was in France,
this was in France.
Yes, it was on the border of Switzerland and France. And we have Pragnananda there behind, Gukesh, Leon, Inyan, Prithu, and Raunak, all training with.
And all are improving and getting slowly but surely where they should be in the top of chess. Yeah, so I follow, of course, everyone, and I see that. Yeah, I mean, everyone is doing good.
I have to ask you a bit about that, but first the game, Vlad. What are your thoughts on the opening? Like, can we just go from the start, a few moves? So, it was the Italian.
Yeah, and that was exactly the subject of a long lecture I had for a few days on Italian. With these kids, and exactly this line, which is, I mean, the position on the board is, we have studied it a bit.
Yeah, so
I'm just wondering, since this was recorded, if we should have checked it before the game or not.
So bishop e7, lad, what do you think? Like, bishop c5 is, of course, more popular than bishop e7.
It's more popular, but of course bishop e7 is a serious move also.
Yeah,
it's also very normal.
And castles.
Yeah, castles, and then I think I recommended this rook e1, d6, and now a4. Yes, that was my recommendation. Or a3. Both moves were possible. Yeah.
And you also, did you once beat Magnus using the Italian?
Yes, but he went with bishop c5 line. Yeah, it was in 2017 in Stavanger also.
That was a beautiful. I think that was the game you had shown in to the youngsters.
Also in the session. It was beautiful. Also during the session, we had a maybe I think altogether like 1 week working on Italian. So all the Indian kids should know it well, I hope.
Yeah.
And so bishop played a4, knight a5, bishop a2, c5. Yeah, that's the main position. And there are different moves here. I think c3 is a typical move. Yeah, usually I think is what they play normally. I expect we should probably to play c3 here.
And in general, what are the plans here for white and black? Like, what is white angling for? And I mean, does white go for like knight d2, knight f1, knight g3 plans?
Yes, true. Then c3 and sometimes d4. I mean, black cannot really manage to push d5 in the near future. So probably black will have to play bishop e6 sooner than later. Yeah. So whether after c3 immediately or after c3, knight c6 and bishop e6, because there is not that much else black can do in this position. So then the idea is that white exchanges the bishops normally. I mean, a bit weakening black's pawn structure and then already not really trying to get the knight to g3, but more playing on the queen side, sometimes trying to push b4, something like that. But of course, it's all very general. It pretty much depends on concrete circumstances.
Right. We are too early in the game right now, but definitely one thing that we all love after what you did at the 2020 Olympiad is your predictions. So here, I mean, here you have the opening already. And do you think this will like go into because here there's a system. If the game ends in a draw, they go into Armageddon. And then white has 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, and so on. So what do you think? Just at the top of your head?
Well, I think if I would be Vishy, I would just try to win now. I mean, why to leave this for chance? Yeah, I mean, because in short time control, it's always a matter of chance. So just try to win it. Yeah. No, I'm half joking, but of course, I mean, it's clear to me that Vishy is trying to play for a win. I mean, of course. It's not an easy task at all against the current world champion. That's true, but still, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try.
Yeah.
Even I managed to win some years ago, so why Vishy wouldn't, So it's, yeah, I mean, let's hope he will let pose problems. Of course, I mean, Black is very solid, and in general, Magnus is very strong in these structures. He's very, I mean, he's strong in general, and this Rui Lopez structure, he's extremely powerful as Black, playing Black. It's very difficult to beat him, but okay, Vishy is also very good with White playing this structure. So I think we can expect hopefully a very interesting game, yeah, and of a high level.
Amazing. And Vlad, what do you have to say about Vishy's recent form? Because I thought, like, and many of us thought that this pandemic and these few months that he did not play, and also he finished last in Gashimov Memorial in December. Then he did commentary for World Championship, and now he's back and he's doing really well. Is that a surprise for you?
Well, not really. I mean, first of all, frankly, I haven't even followed the Gashimov. I don't know what is this tournament. I didn't see that
was
he
in
finished
December,
last year.
but
Okay. I didn't even see. But I saw this recent tournament, Croatia. Was it in Croatia? Yeah,
Super bet,
yeah. It played very well. No, I mean, it's always a surprise and not a surprise, because a surprise that a person who is over 50 can compete and be leading a top tournament when all his opponents are the age of his children. Yeah, that is a surprise, but also it's not a surprise because we know that Vishy is absolutely exceptional player, and I mean, only absolutely exceptional players can manage it, but he is one of very few who is exceptional. So in this sense, it's not a surprise also. Yeah. So I mean, from somebody else, I wouldn't expect it, and well, frankly, it wouldn't have happened probably with anyone else than him. So even Gary, I mean, such a great player, but you see that becoming, okay, he's of course older than Vishy, but it's becoming difficult for him already to compete on the top level. But Vishy, yeah, it's very nice to see for me that, I don't know how old is Vishy, is like 52 or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is really an age, I can tell you. I'm 46, turning 47 soon, and I feel it. Yeah, at 52 to play, I mean, on such level and to win tournaments, top tournaments with best young players. I mean, already established young players. Yeah, top 10. That is something very, I mean, for me, very pleasant to see. I mean, because he's fighting for our generation, because I'm sure the young guys already think we are, kind of rubbish bin. Yeah, we cannot compete anymore, but I think we still can from time to time.
Yeah. As you proved in 2019 World Blitz Championship by just coming there and finishing third.
Yeah, I mean, of course, of course, it's very difficult to be on the very top, to be very stable at this age, yeah, because of many reasons, and physical, and also you have many other obligations, family, and so on. It's a big handicap you give to young players, but okay, there is another thing, which is the level understanding, but especially the level. I mean, Vishy has such a level that. It's you can give handicap, yeah, with such level. In a way, you can afford it and still sometimes win tournaments.
Amazing. And talking about making comebacks, we will be seeing you and Vishy facing off each other very soon at the No Castling tournament that will happen in Dortmund. This will happen in July. So,
Yes.
Are you excited for it? Last time it was great fun. It was very exciting.
Yes, I'm very excited. I mean, that's only time I play chess nowadays, and of course, it's not going to be easy to remember back, how the pieces move and so on. But I kind of like it. I enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad to play, and it will be a 4 players tournament. This time, so will be 6 games. Well, no, I'm not expecting much from me, but that is not important. I really like to play. I mean, now, I still like the game, and it's difficult for me to play competitive chess now, just to be fully in the profession. But from time to time, to play a rapid tournament or or even classical no castle. Yeah, that's a pleasure for me, and to meet some good old friends like Vishy. Yeah, it's I'm really looking forward to it.
Amazing. And Vlad, as we were talking about this, you have worked with some of the best Indian talents here. You know, you worked not only in France but also in Chennai when you came here.
Yeah.
And now Arjun, who has reached 2680, Arjun Erigesi. Then we have
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh, who has reached 2685.
Yeah.
Pragnananda beat Magnus twice recently in the
Yeah.
online tournaments. He's playing really well. Uh, how is that feeling, and is it going as per your expectations, or you think they are moving quicker than what you had thought?
No, I think it's going according to my expectations because I had high expectations. I mean, of course, they're doing a lot of projects. It's very nice to see how quickly they're progressing. But I mean, you know, I'm professional, and I was not just trying to be nice, telling that they're amazingly talented. I mean, it's really an amazing generation, and it was. I was not trying to be, you know, polite. Yeah, I really believed so, and you see that it's true. Yeah, I mean, it's. The guys are really doing well. I mean, I fully expected this, and I expect it to continue. I expect them to get higher and higher, and that's my expectation. So yeah, I'm very glad for them. Okay, I don't. My part of it is not huge, yeah, but still, if it was useful, and hopefully it was useful in some way, I'm very glad that I managed to help such talented kids. And in any case, I mean, one day if they will ask some session again, we can definitely consider it, because I like to work with talented players, and I really like them also personally, humanly. Very nice kids, very well educated, and yeah, very eager to study chess. And yeah, it's been a pleasure for me really to work with them. And okay, if one day they will need some more help, if they consider I can, yeah, it's why not. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I really feel, especially I was very impressed with Prague. Yeah, I mean, you remember when he
Yeah,
won
you had
this, I
said
was
he's
commenting.
like Anand a little bit. You get a
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
of
but
his.
I mean, he is really improving and improving. And lately, this last tournament I saw, okay, he was really fighting completely on equal terms with the best players in the world. So, and that is something, if you remember, Sagar, that is what I
Yeah.
expected. Yeah, what I was telling you, that this guy and some other guys, they will be quite sooner than you think. They will be on the top, yeah, of chess. So very nice to see, but also of course with Vishy, yeah, that's also very pleasant for me to see that he is back. I mean, because I've had a feeling that he was almost retiring already, yeah, because he played very little, and I know how difficult is it to keep your shape, especially when you're already not very young, yeah. But he manages. I mean, he manages this, and let's see how it will proceed today. I quite like his position.
Do you?
I also, by the way, recommended Knight A3. I have a
Ah.
strong feeling we should have checked this video.
So yeah, I mean, knight a3 is the idea to go like knight c2, knight e3.
Yeah, that's one of the ideas. Another idea is to push before, you know, and then maybe you can. What I would do in this position is to play maybe bishop d2 or something, and then trying to play for b4 at some point. And knight might go to c2, but he might also end up on c4. I would maybe keep for the moment the knight on a3, even though knight c2 is also a very valid and logical option. I mean, it's a matter of choice. In general, I said to the kids that I believe white should have a bit of advantage here, and I still of the same opinion. I think white is slightly better.
And this move h6 is mainly, I guess, to prepare rook e8, bishop f8, and bishop e6. Is that?
Yeah, or rook e8, you're right, or rook e8, bishop f8, d5, but still it's, yeah, it's quite slow. So white will manage probably in the meantime to push whether d4, whether b4, and it will not be easy for black to push d5, but having said that, it's also clear that black is very solid, and yeah, it's very normal playable position for black. But I would definitely take white here. I mean, I would be, let's put it this way, I would be happy if I was white with the outcome of the opening. I would be also very thankful to a person who gave this advice. Yeah, if I would be playing. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but I think white is very comfortable here.
Yeah, and also Magnus choosing e4, e5 is the in some ways, like he could have gone for the Sicilian as well, but I think he wants to
It
be
is a
solid.
show of respect, I think. Yeah, because Magnus is playing his main lines. I mean, it's a show of respect. Well, naturally. But I think Magnus would be happy to make a draw in this game and then to try to again hold in the blitz game, in the rapid blitz game. Well, but we will see. I mean, I think Vishy has all reasons to try. I mean, to give it a try and to try to press in this game. I mean, why not?
Sure. And you know, Vlad, we are talking about these young talents, and this is because India is hosting the Olympiad this time. This is India's B team that will be playing, and I think it might be the youngest ever team with Nihal, Gukesh, Adiban, who's slightly older than the rest, but Pragnananda and Raunak. And
Great.
A very young team over there. What are your would you be by chance in any way coming to India? Is there any plans?
Well, there are no plans yet, but who knows? I mean, it's possible. Okay, if I have something to do there, I might come for. It's nice. It's in Chennai, yes, I remember.
You remember Mahabalipuram where you went with Boris on the rest day of the camp? It's there in Mahabalipuram.
It's exactly there. Yeah. It's of course, it's a very nice place, and if maybe who knows? Nowadays, difficult to make big long-term plans, but yeah, I would love to. I mean, I'm sure this team which you have just shown now, it will not be doing bad. I mean, I don't know how well they will do, but they will not be outsiders. This is for sure. I mean, they will bite some serious teams. I'm sure. Yeah, they're already good enough for it.
Nice. And Vishy goes with his knight to c2.
Whether knight c2, Vishy, knight c2 is an option also. So I would expect probably bishop e6 here. Probably because rook e8 maybe plan is a bit slow. Maybe bishop e6. Yeah, rook e8 because then white can even try to play d4. I mean, bishop e6 is more logical. Yeah, d4, b4.
And also your plan with maybe this or maybe
also
directly.
d4. Yeah, both are interesting. So it's okay, rook e8, but I would expect bishop e6.
And then can white take and then go like
and
d4?
Yeah, that is interesting, but then you need to calculate ed, cd, d5. That looks very logical continuation for black. And now d5. Very typical for this structure. And this ed5, maybe white can get a little better, but not too much. ed5.
And then like
take, bishop takes, and bishop e3. It's still black has to equalize it. Yeah, it's not, to me, it's a little bit more comfortable for white, but of course, maybe that is the reason why maybe Vishy wouldn't play d4, because it's becoming too much exchanges. Yeah, maybe b4, take on e6 and b4. I would maybe try to play like this. Yeah. Again, the ideas of b4 is to push b5 and to get some initiative on the queen side, and at the same time stopping d5. Yeah, because after d5, white always has b5.
And this is
so probably black would take on b4, cb, a6, something like this. But then white has some rook b1, trying to push b5. I quite like this type of play, and I still believe that it's not completely equal. I mean, white has certain plus here. So I don't know after knight c2 what would be, because rook e8 we can check. Of course, I think there are two logical moves, rook e8 or bishop e6. But rook e8, I have a feeling, first of all, still b4. I don't know how black is going to react on b4. I guess cb and cb. Still the same story. I want to play b5.
If d5, you will go b5.
Always b5, yeah, and then e5 pawn becomes weak. So I'm not sure what black would do here. I mean, of course, he can do bishop f8, b5, knight e7, and then knight g6. But again, white can play d4. I like white here. I think he's having, well, quite
space,
a nice
and I think bishop can come out.
Bishop on a2 is very good. Yeah, I mean, again, black is extremely solid, and of course, Magnus is, even when he gets slightly worse, like today, I believe, in Ruy Lopez games, is still still playing it very well. It's so difficult to squeeze something, you know, out of it, out of this small advantage. But at least I think that he haven't equalized, in my opinion, today.
Right. And Vlad, what else is happening at your end? Like, I saw that you have done some chessable courses recently, and
I'm actually doing now the last one. Yeah, that's one of the projects I'm having at the moment, is on the Sicilian, because I did something on the positional plays, and I did 2 on e4. Yeah, so I did e4 all openings, and e4 e5 I did, and then now it's time for a serious work on Sicilian e4 c5. It's going to be another, well, I think at least 20 hours of work, but I mean, of pure recording will be much more hours of work for me. But that's what I'm planning to do, just to finish the e4 and you know, to close the chapter. You know, that everybody who gets these videos, they can start playing e4 just after listening to to the course, and they will know exactly what they are doing after e4.
Wow. So that's a massive amount of work. I thought you were like, not, as you keep on saying, you know, I have to remember how to move pieces and all of that, but you are working quite a lot on chess, yes?
Well, I mean, that's a bit different type of work, actually. I'm not working on my own on chess, but it's, of course, when I'm doing such courses, well, you know, I'm responsible for my quality of my work. So, of course, I have some old notes, and not every line which I cover, I knew so well before I start to cover. So I'm working because I don't want to deliver, you know, I want to deliver best quality work. So it takes quite some time, yeah, to for me to know that you know, because what I do in those courses is I give directions, I explain the strategic ideas of different opening systems. If the second one is not so difficult for me, but the first one, you know, I need to know that, let's say, during last 2-3 years, there were no major changes in the assessment of some lines. So every line I check the latest games, I check my notes, I check with the latest engine. So yeah, it's a serious work altogether. It takes me, each course takes me a month, I mean, of work for sure. No, it's not so, it's, yeah, but at least, you know, if I do something, I try to do it well, yeah, so I don't want to have mistakes at my work. Yeah. So a6 is played.
A6.
Yeah, what is good at b5 is not threatening. I mean, because black is pretending that he wants to play b5. In fact, he doesn't want, because you take and bishop takes f7.
Yeah, so if let's say h3, then here take, and now just take here, and the rook is hanging.
Yeah. But a6, you see, I mean, it's a little slow. The idea that of course black is fighting against b4. Yeah, that is the idea. So, that it's like a prophylactics. By the way, one of the thematics of my lectures, actually, also to his Indian kids, it's a prophylactic move. Maybe black wants rook b8, b5, but still, I mean, frankly, it's not a very good sign if black has to play such a move, in my opinion. It means he didn't equalize fully, because a6, you don't even want to play b5 next. I guess white would have time now to start pushing d4 at some point. I don't know whether right here or first h3 and then d4. But to me, it's not a bad move, a6, but it's not a move you do because you like the situation somehow. Yeah, it's
because even if white goes b4 and takes, black can still
possible.
not play b5 here. I mean, it's
maybe black can try to play d5, even though I'm not sure it will work. It's very risky. Yeah? Maybe tactically it can work. This d4, no, ab, no, without ab, maybe d4. I don't know. You have to calculate some knight b4 moves. It has to be calculated, but frankly, after e6, I would just make maybe a useful move, because anyway, black doesn't want anything next. Yeah. So then, even if then followed by b4, I would rather maybe start with h3 if already, you know, why, and then before d4. But that's one option, and another option is a straightforward move d4. I mean, there is maybe nothing wrong with this move, because black has to think how to react on it, because already this reaction which I've shown you earlier doesn't seem to work. ED CD D5, kind of typical reaction for this structure, but here even simply ED5 can be a problem, and then DC5 and then you might lose a pawn there. So there is some knight DB4, but probably it doesn't work so well. So I don't know if even D4.
But D4 is the idea.
Bishop G4 maybe.
Generally, the idea is not to push, right? Here D5.
Why not? It can also be D5. All the idea is just to get the center. I mean, maybe Black can try to, to do.
But then D5, no? Still.
Yes, maybe even H3 is possible, or D5 and H3. It's not so easy for Black. I mean. I don't know what is the plan on D4. Maybe Magnus just wants to take twice on D4, but in this particular situation, I'm not sure it will equalize. If you just take ED, CD, CD, White takes with a knight. I don't even know with which knight. With another knight made also some sense, but this shouldn't be completely equal.
Do you think that this is a good idea, like ED, CD, and now Bishop G4, because then this square is opened up?
Yes, that is an interesting idea, but also quite tricky, I would say, because even if I'm not sure, even if I play a move like H3, let's say, that it's so easy for Black. Takes on F3. I guess, and then even GF3. GF3.
Wow.
Just trying to push F4 next. I mean, bishop on A2 is very powerful. Because usually you have in Ruy Lopez bishop somewhere on C2. I mean, but here on A2 is really very good. And it doesn't have the opponent. And Black has to hurry. If White just manages F4, E5, can be really dangerous. So I don't know. I mean, D4 is very interesting.
And your understanding on the evaluations of these structures is immaculate, because I have an engine running here, and whatever you are saying is accurate. Like you say GF3 and it's just precise. It's slight edge for White. It's amazing.
Well, I played chess for such a long time that even Donkey would already understand the game a little bit. I mean, it's just time. It's not. I don't know. When you play Ruy Lopez for 50, 100 times, you start to understand a bit at least. Of it. But I think Vishy is now. I think more he's trying to choose. Whether to play D4, to play H3, because each of these moves, is nice and slightly better for White. So, it's a good time to think and to choose now. So I think I fully understand what Vishy is thinking about. By the way, move knight E3 is also very nice. It's also very pleasant.
With the idea of knight D5.
In case of bishop e6, for instance, you can meet bishop e6 with knight d5. By the way, also not necessary, but not a bad idea as well. No, I mean, White is very comfortable.
So White has so many different plans to choose from, actually. D4, knight e3.
Knight e3 is also not bad because you're preparing d4. I mean, I think it's... it didn't go so well, the opening for Magnus. I mean, his only positive outcome of the opening that White has too many interesting choices, and sometimes it's true that sometimes it's when you start to choose, it takes time, and you're already very happy with the position, and when you have 3-4 different plans, it's kind of it's easier sometimes when you have the only plan, because then you just follow it and it's good. But here I don't even know. I would probably also think for quite a while, because there are two actually situations in chess when you take time, before you move. One, when it's really very unpleasant and you see a lot of different options, but none of it is working well. And another is when you have like 3-4 options and each of it is very nice, and then it also takes time to choose one of those. But still I would prefer the second scenario. When I play chess, I was more trying to get the second scenario than the first one.
For sure. I think Vishy also is not an easy choice, But I think whatever he will do, he'll retain a small edge in this position.
Yes. In this, there is, as we say, situation you cannot miss. Yeah, here it's just you can maybe find the most precise move and to build an advantage, or if it's a bit less precise, I don't know, by the way, which one is more or less precise, but you still will have a comfortable position. So nothing to worry about, at least for the moment, for the fans of Vishy, and I'm one of them, of course.
Amazing. And Vlad, in 12 days from now, the candidates will begin. Will you follow it? And is there a player who you think you are very excited to see his games?
Well, I will comment it probably. I will comment at least partly. Yeah.
Where would you be commenting on?
I would be commenting on Levitov chess, as I was commenting previous candidates.
I will ask the viewers that please go and check out Levitov chess channel. It is an amazing chess channel
it's a very good channel.
Where there is tremendous material. Some of them is in Russian, like most of it, but it has English subtitles and very high quality material. So if some mod can put the link here, people can go and follow.
because there are some big serials. For instance, I recorded like maybe 9 hours about my match with Garry Kasparov, with all details, every game preparation, and it's with English subtitles. I think now there is a series with Kasparov telling his life. I think they already have like 8 hours of him from the childhood, and it's also with English subtitles. Now it's a very high quality channel also as yours, and there is a very good material. So I'm going to do it. There is also English speaking commentary. I think we were doing with Peter Swidler during the Carlsen Nepomniachtchi match, and so Russian speaking. So it's a good channel. Of course, it will never, get even close to your channel. I mean, in the amount of people who are watching, that's fine. I mean, of course, but just that not to make a concurrence to your channel, but just to tell that there is a lot of very interesting material which you can study there. All top players and so on.
When World Championship was going on, there were streams on Chess24, there was also on chess.com, and they had a lot of viewers. But I used to regularly go to Levitov Chess and follow your and Peter Swidler's commentary, because that is where the real, I enjoyed it tremendously. You would say some attacking ideas, Peter would try to defend it. I mean, it was tremendous following it.
Yeah, because I think it's quite important. We are not using engines, and I think it is important because, of course, we make mistakes. And when I comment, by principle, I never use engine, because what I want the public to like now, what I want is that they feel, this, I would say, the process of top players thinking. I want them to feel how a player who is playing now, and since I'm on this level, or at least used to be. So what does he feel about position? What kind of fears he has? Because sometimes engine would say, okay, this move is bad because it's but I would seriously be afraid if my opponent plays. So I want to get this feeling of a live moment, because after the game you can always check it with engine and so on, but since I'm and Peter Swidler, we are on an enough level, of course, making mistakes, but at least to give you this idea of what do they feel now, what do they think about, and I think it's more interesting, in my opinion. So as long as I'm going to comment chess, I will do it without engines. Because not because it's much more difficult for me, and I know it's much easier with engine because you look very clever, with engine. You look like really you're great. You see much more than the guys. It's not clear why it's not you who is playing there. That's the feeling. But I'm ready to look and like a fool in front of the eyes of public who is probably having the engine running. But at least I think it gives them the idea of what is going on in the heads of players, and that's something what I can provide.
I remember this game number 6 where you were commentating and you said these 2 rooks will go in, and there will be back rank mating ideas even way before that happened. There were these variations, queen versus
Yeah.
two rooks, and actually Magnus missed it in the game, but
I
they were
remember.
there in the position, if you checked
Yeah.
it with, so it was tremendous understanding of those positions.
Well, it's understanding maybe the only thing I have left in chess. Yeah, I cannot calculate anymore. I don't know the theory, modern theory, but at least I have some understanding. Yeah.
Absolutely not some tremendous. And Vishy goes for 93.
93. Yeah, it's one of the good options also. Yeah, it's a really a matter of choice. D4, H3 or 93, all even before. It's a matter of choice. 93 is very logical. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I suspect the idea that in case of bishop e6, probably Vishy wants to play knight d5. Yeah, that's probably his idea. Even though I would also consider taking on e6 and maybe playing d4 if it tactically works. I'm not totally sure, but it might, with the idea that in case of knight takes e4, white has d5 move. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
now you
takes then
cannot
queen
take, yeah,
d5
because
and
you lose an otherwise d6. And if you take on d4, I take twice, and it also seems to be not much, but again, knight e4, d5. So let's say, yeah, here it again looks dangerous. At least there is some knight b4 move, but I don't believe in it. Yeah, so then, yeah, knight before d6 probably should be in white's favor. Still d5, even knight takes d5 probably is possible.
wow. Yeah, and rook e4 hanging.
Yeah. So that's why after d4, well, maybe Blake is more or less okay taking everything on d4, but still, I mean, here, yeah, I don't know if it works tactically. Yeah, but I believe probably Vish's idea is to play knight d5. I mean, that's the most logical.
And Magnus
what I tell you
plays
is just an idea.
bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, and now the question is, there is knight f5 also makes sense, but knight d5, of course, is very principled way of playing. Yeah, this is the move which forces black to think what to do. Yeah,
And you can't touch the knight, of course, can't take with the knight. And
you cannot take with a knight, you
taking
lose a
with the
piece.
bishop would
very
also be very
dangerous.
bad, right?
Knight, not very bad, but danger. Knight b8, now you have to play, and now even d4, maybe simple d4, doesn't look good for black somehow. To my understanding. So after knight d5, maybe black should just play like rook e8 or some move like this. Again, not really threatening anything. Just maybe you want to play bishop f8.
And bishop f8. And white can try to play h3 and try bishop e3.
Yeah,
maybe just
also makes sense to take on e7. At least it's a bishop. Yeah, on e7. I mean, to take two bishops. Yeah, I don't know, queen or rook, maybe queen. And yeah, maybe even strange move bishop b1. It's very strange, but
keeping the bishop pair.
Yeah, and then to try to get d4 at some point. But after rook e8, yeah, rook e8 probably is the plan of Magnus. That's my feeling. And yeah, there is quite a choice here for white after rook e8. Quite a choice. So hard to say what we should play. But again, I'm on the white side. I believe white has a very nice position still.
So Vishy most
also,
likely...
I'm just wondering if maybe Vishy's ideas, after bishop e6, maybe bishop d5 is his idea. Also makes sense.
Very interesting. One thing is that when the knight is on d5, you can't even go queen d7 because of this fork. Here, maybe that could be...
It's unusual, but it makes sense because you have to somehow to understand what to do with this bishop. Yeah? Maybe rook e8 still to continue in this fashion. Yeah.
But do you think long term, like white should try for b4 or d4, like in such even when you have the knight?
Here I think that once you already moved your knight to e3, then you're not playing for b4 already. Yeah, you are more playing for d4. That's my understanding of it. Otherwise you wouldn't have moved the knight. By the way, also another interesting idea is to play bishop b1 in this position instead of knight d5. Again, it's a strange move, but I want to get d4. But I think knight d5 is most logical. Yeah, it's the most...
Yeah.
I'm just a bit concerned that after rook e8, of course white should be slightly better, but it's solid still for black.
Do you think like rerouting this knight like this can be a plan, Or
Can be, but black wants to play bishop f8, and after that he might be already ready for bishop takes d5. So white has to find a way to meet it. Maybe h3 and then bishop f8. Trying to go d4, but yeah, it's then now rook is already no d4 not probably no, it doesn't work. Yeah. No, I mean white has knight h2, some moves. Yeah, white is slightly better for sure, but it's a game. Black is solid. Yeah, I have to say that it's still quite solid.
Amazing. And you know, we spoke about the candidates. I have pinned the link, guys, in the chat of the Levitov chess channel, where Vladimir would be commentating during the candidates for some part at least. So you can go and subscribe to it and check it out. Vlad, are you also like looking forward to Firouzja in action, or?
Of course, it's very interesting. Yeah, also to see Firouzja. In general, it's an interesting tournament because now it's like a new generation. Yeah, it's a tournament with a lot of young players. Maybe for the first time, because this was that way before. A lot of our generation play more or less. Imagine now, as I understand, there are many players who are new. I mean, like Duda, like Rapport, like Firouzja, they're totally new. I mean, 2 years ago, previous candidates, they were not even close really to qualify. Now they are there, they're in top 10, most of them. So it's very interesting to see how they're going to do. It's an interesting mix between old players generation and the young generation. But I don't follow that much chess, I mean, tournaments to give my opinion about each of the players. Yeah, but I just see that they are doing well. Rapport, Duda, I mean, Firouzja, of course, they are doing very well, but it's hard for me to assess really because, you know, candidates tournament is something pretty special, and I believe experience is very important in these tournaments. And of course, in this sense, there is a certain small handicap for young players because for all of them whom I mentioned, it's the first candidates. And for people like Caruana, okay, they're very experienced already. Yeah?
Right.
By the way, I actually don't know who got the place finally.
Ding.
But he was not able to play. No,
he played a lot of tournaments in China, and he made those 30 games.
Okay, so Ding is playing. Yeah, of course, it's very serious. I mean, there are these established, very experienced candidates players like Ding, Caruana, Nepo, yeah. I mean, already old generation, old guys, yeah. And of course, these young guys for whom it's a first tournament, which also, in a way, it's a plus because there is a lot of emotion. Yeah, you're for the first time you're playing such big event, but experience might be a small problem for them.
Yeah. You know, Vlad, when Magnus spoke about recently saying that he may not want to play the World Championship, me as a layman, or you can say a follower of chess, and a lot of people were surprised. But as a world champion, do you think his statement is surprising for you, or you also have been through this? Like, okay, I have been world champion for several years, and it does feel a little bit lack of motivation sometimes.
I don't know. I mean, it's of course it's his choice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it's possible to have lack of motivation because he's definitely one of the best players in history. We can tell it already now, and he has a chance of being maybe even the best player in history. I think that is, let's say, if he wins a couple of more matches, that would probably lead him to like the best player in the history of chess, and that is to me. What can be more motivating than this? Yeah, when you already achieved a lot, but has this chance. So of course, again, it's up to each player, each person to decide what he does. But to me, I believe that this is a very powerful motivation. At least it would have been for me. I was never even close to to fight for this, but I mean, for me, it would be extremely meaningful. Yeah, because you break records of big guys like Kasparov. Even I don't know how many matches Kasparov won, many, but still you know, you can overcome him, Karpov, you know, big guys, and maybe be what else, you know, if this is not motivating enough, what else is motivating? So, but I think I think he will play and everything will be okay, because he likes to play chess, and he likes chess. He's still extremely strong, so I don't see. Maybe it was just emotional a bit statement. You are tired after the match and just tell something, but then you change your mind next morning. Yeah, it's possible.
And by the way, we have knight d5 as you predicted, and rook e8 on the board.
Also what I thought was the most logical move. Blake is preparing bishop f8. Yeah, now it's a choice for white. Has a...
This is a key moment, yes, because I think right now Vishy's move is not so clear what he should do.
I mean, again, there are few interesting options, but yeah, it's hard to say for me what. Yeah, it's a moment to think. Of course, well, still very nice for white, but you can play like this, like that, in this situation, yeah, when you don't know, yeah. I mean, I would be not sure what exactly is the right move, yeah, because as I mentioned, knight x7 makes sense because you take these two bishops, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It also makes sense to leave the knight on d5, and because it's kind of annoying for Blake, yes, this knight, it's also true, yeah, because even if Blake plays bishop f8, then next not so easy to maneuver having this knight on d5. So let's say h3 and knight h2 or something makes a lot of sense also.
And then knight here, yes.
Yeah, knight queen f3, knight g4, very typical play. Yeah, also
and
makes
before
a lot
you
of
know,
sense.
sometimes there is a powerful attack coming up, yeah?
Yeah, it can. So it's also an interesting choice, and another choice is to play in the center. So yeah, it's yeah, I think, well, hard to say what Vishy would choose, but
yeah, well,
it's comfortable. It's nice.
It's
for
nice
white.
for
Usually, I would not get such positions in Italian. I would just get some boringly equal and trying to pretend that I'm slightly, you know, nominally better. But here, I'm sure that it's objectively nice for white. That's
amazing.
But okay, still the full game is ahead. I mean, for the public, I want to say that don't get too excited. It's still far from winning or anything like that. Yeah.
It's a good start. I mean, it could have been worse. I mean, it could have been a dead equal, or if Vishy had chosen...
because nowadays, you know, theory is actually so difficult to get anything with white, as I understand. So if you get a nice, pleasant, slightly better position, it's a dream nowadays. Yeah, if 20 years ago it was a norm, now it's you know, if you get a game and even slightly better, it's already maximum you can achieve on the top level. And we should manage it. By the way, I'm thinking maybe you can also, instead of playing h3, just start with knight d2, knight f1 straight away, just not to lose a tempo. Let's say trying to put the knight to e3. Yeah, so quite a choice for white. Knight f1. Maybe black would try to push b5 rook b8. I don't know. Here, take. It's dangerous. I think black would rather try to this. Yeah, rook b8, b5, knight e3, b5, something. But still, white has a control on d5 square. Yeah, it's not pleasant for black.
And then go this way? Or...
Yeah, bishop d2, you just slowly, bishop d2, queen f3, yeah. I mean, very nice position for white. Still, black is not even close to fully equalize here. White definitely has a plus. So it's another very interesting way of playing. So let's see.
Yeah.
What we should do.
Vlad, it was a pleasure having you. Before I let you go, I wanted to ask you, you are, of course, spending time on preparing these courses, and you're following chess a little bit here and there, but clearly not the majority of your time. So what is happening in your life? What are you doing? You're father to two children, and so what's up?
Yes, well, I'm doing some things outside of chess as well, but also now lately I can tell that we are preparing with the team. We are preparing actually, I think, a very, very nice educational application for kids on chess. Wow. I think it's going to appear, I would say, sometime in July, August already. And I think it's very high quality in all senses, technologically and material and so on. So that is also one of the projects I'm doing now. And I will tell you when it will appear exactly, but we are getting already close to finalize it and to to make it, because I think there is a big demand, and it's very important that the quality is high and the team is very strong. The grandmaster, I mean, me and other grandmasters are doing, technologically team is strong. So so it's important that kids start learning chess, you know, in a correct way. Yeah. So, well, that is another project I'm working on. And also, you know, I'm sorry, I watch football, I read books, you know, some other things. I walk sometimes. Yeah.
I remember your walks. Sometimes you would walk from France to Switzerland back home.
Yes, I was walking. Yeah, but I can tell you that the most impressive before leaving was Boris Spassky. I remember when I visited him at his dacha, you know, place outside in Grenoble. And he was already, it was like 2001, so he was already 70, yeah, or something like that. It was close to 70. And then he was always, I spent a week at his place, which was very nice because, of course, we were not working on chess. So mainly we were playing a bit of tennis, then eating, drinking a bit of wine. And then he was telling all those stories, you know, about Fischer, about Botvinnik. And, you know, he likes to tell, he's a very good storyteller. So I know so many stories. Well, I can tell you just, I mean, not the story, but just, let's say, a subject of a story.
Yes,
for example, how just to understand for you that it was really fun to listen, how Mikhail Botvinnik at some point asked Boris Spassky to help him to seduce a girl. For example, yeah. So this kind of stories, yeah, that he likes, and he asked advice because Boris was a big kind of, you know, was supposed to be extremely popular among women. So those kind of stories. So you can imagine how much fun I had listening to all this. Yes, and then so coming to the point. At some point, he would tell me, "Okay, Vladimir, you want to have a walk, yeah? Because it's in the mountains, very nice place." I said, "Yeah, with pleasure, Boris Vasilyevich." And then he would just torture me. I was already, and he would walk for 3 hours in a row, you know, and it's in the mountains, going up and down, up and down. I was already dead after 2 hours, and he would just, okay, maybe another round, you know, maybe half an hour more. So, I mean, Boris, at his age, I mean, then I understood, yeah, he's very healthy if he manages this. But I try to imitate Boris, but I think it's very healthy. So I do some walks, especially since where I live in Switzerland, the nature is great. So that's another thing what I do in life at the moment.
I can totally imagine you walking around with some young talents and they would have the same thing like, oh, can't walk so much. No.
maybe, yeah. But also, of course, I didn't want to stop walks because he would tell me about his, I don't know, private conversation with Robert James Fisher or this kind of things. You know, I would be ready to walk 24 hours in a row just to listen to those stories.
Tremendous. It was amazing, Vlad, having you here. And we are so excited that this app is coming out where young kids can learn chess. And of course, I have so many questions, but I think in due course, we'll get to know more about it.
Sure. Well, maybe hopefully we can connect in the last round when Vishy will be leading and, you know, winning the tournament, and I can join you for another half an hour at some point.
It would be our pleasure. Thank you so much, Vlad, for doing this. And it was an absolute pleasure having you.
All the best to you. Sagar.
Bye. Guys, that was the one and only Vladimir Kramnik joining us all the way from Switzerland. What an amazing personality. What great insights he had into the game. I think most of the moves which he recommended happened on the board, which was phenomenal. Dev Kumar Biswas says, spellbound with such amazing stories and analysis, the one and only Big Vlad. I mean, it was tremendous that he came, and what I found exceedingly poetic about this entire setting was, here are two world champions playing each other. So Magnus is the current world champion. Before that, for 6 years, Vishy was the world champion, and they are facing off each other. And before Vishy, the world champion for 7 years was Vladimir Kramnik from 2000 to 2006. So for 6 years. And this is tremendous that we could, have this gathering of great minds where Kramnik was suggesting moves and actually Anand and Carlsen were kind of playing those moves. I mean, most of the moves which he recommended happened. I understand this is opening theory, but also what Vladimir was thinking was without an engine, without his notes in his mind, because he's not been preparing chess recently. But this is all understanding, and he left by saying that knight d2 here seems like the right move because the knight will go to f2 and e3. It is such a strategic game that is happening right now where it can be very, very difficult for both sides to understand how to continue. And Vishy's last move, knight d2, starts to prepare this idea with knight f1 to e3, where the knight will be very, very well placed. And Kramnik, he said that this can lead to some dangerous attacks. Once the knight comes to e3, queen comes to f3, this can become quite dangerous for black to hold. And Rakshit says, I'm thinking of b5 with some ideas of rook takes a2. Very interesting, Rakshit. I think b5 is now playable. Earlier it was not, because after AB, this bishop would sack itself and the rook was hanging here when the bishop was back on c8. But now with this, I think what white won't do is take on b5 and open up this rook's line on the a file. White is not going to take there. I think Vishy will simply go knight f1 and he will continue playing here. By the way, we had a few super chats which I didn't read. I saw one or two questions. I wanted to ask Vlad about them. Maybe next time when he's here. Ruchira Kondupudi says, I really enjoy your commentary and coverage. Keep it up. Thank you so much. There was one question on Mora Gambit that was asked by Srivatsa Harish. He says, hi Sagar and Vlad. What's Vlad's view on Smith Mora? I have great success playing it against higher rated opponents, including GMs. And why is it not played that much? Also, what's his favorite offbeat opening? So I can tell you, I think Vlad is not needed to tell you why Smith Mora Gambit is not played at the highest level. Just put it into your engine and it will show you slightly better position for black. And so against unprepared opponents, yes, it works well. But against players who come well prepared, it is difficult to fight for an advantage. Yes, white may be able to equalize in most of the lines, but as white, you don't want to equalize, right? You want to press for an advantage. So by the way, for all the people who are wondering what Smith Mora Gambit is, it's e4, c5, d4, c takes d4 and c3, where you give up 2 pawns for one and basically you are a pawn down and you play it this way with for development. And by the way, Rakshit Singh, you should be proud of yourself because Magnus Carlsen has just played the move that you recommended. b5 is on the board. Magnus, and by the way, guys, we are on move number 14 and no pieces have been traded. 8 pawns on the board, all the pieces still on the board. It is epic. And I think what the white what Anand will most likely do here is not take on b5, because taking on b5 just unleashes this rook on the a file. So Vishy is going to keep things closed. We also had a super chat from Sun Tzu. Thank you so much. Sun Tzu always sends these red super chats. Very kind of you. Go Vishy for the win. So thank you, Sun Tzu, for your super chat. And usually with Sun Tzu's super chats, I know which part of the world he is in, because right now he sent in rupees. Maybe he's in India, and when he sends in USD, maybe he's in the US. So thank you. And also Pawan Ram says, wow, Kramnik, was just reading about him in Vishy's Mind Master. Yeah, here's the book, guys. All those who don't have this, get this book, Vishy's Mind Master. It's about his life journey, his autobiography that he has written on his own along with Susan Ninan, a fantastic writer, and you can get it on Amazon. What a surprise, Kramnik OP. Thank you so much. Sriram says, was not expecting the world champion himself to comment on the games of world champions. Love you, Kramnik. That's so nice, Sriram. Thank you for your super chats. Okay, so now after b5, guys, the game is heating up and Vishy goes knight f1. Vishy is like, why? Don't open lines which you can't control. So he has kept his knight on f1. The reason why I really am very enthusiastic about today's game is because, white has got something against Magnus. And it's very difficult to get something against the world champion. There are many reasons for it. And one of the main reasons is that the world champion worked extensively, extremely hard, fixing his e4, e5 repertoire for the world championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He played e4, e5, he played knight f3, knight c6 there, although Nepo always played bishop b5 and we had this sort of anti-martial lines happening there. But Anand goes bishop c4 and if I'm not mistaken, the final game of the match, the world championship match, was the Italian and Magnus had won it. So Anand here going head on against the world champion in a line which he has, in openings which he has prepared deeply, and getting a slightly favorable position is in itself quite a big victory, I would say, from the opening. So Srijan Banerjee says, can Vishy play b3 as white to play bishop b2? Srijan, it's like this, yes? b3 improves your bishop. So let's imagine this bishop is your money, yeah? This bishop is your health. So you want to kind of go ahead and make money in life, right? So you play b3 with the idea of making money, but what about your health? Yeah, not good. So what you do is you make money in sort of not so much, and you develop your bishop on this diagonal to keep your health intact. Arshad84 says, Karpov is such a strong positional player and I heard he always crushes his opponent and plays like a boa. How did Kasparov beat Karpov? That's a good question, Arshad. I think something to be asked to Kasparov at some point when we meet him or when we can invite him. I think the main reason was that Kasparov's attacking skills were very, very good. His preparation was excellent and he also learnt a lot from Karpov. When Kasparov was young, Karpov was very strong. And that was shown in their first World Championship match in 1984 when Karpov raced to a 5-0 lead in their match. The first person to reach 6 victories would have won the World Championship. And there he was. Like if you imagine a boxing match or a fight there, then Karpov had Kasparov by his neck. He had him at the wall. He had pinned him. He had to give that final stroke and he would have won. But Kasparov fought back. He drew. It was, by the way, a never-ending match, right? Because you have to score 6 wins. Any number of draws doesn't count. And then he made the first win, then the second win, and then the third win. And I think Kasparov has gone on record and said this on several occasions that if it were not for Karpov and his matches that he played against him in his initial years, he would have never become the champion that he is right now. So guys, always, if some adversity you are facing in your life, remember that it is making you stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, that quote. So I think Kasparov today is a big product of what he faced against Karpov and how he improved his play. Okay. So here is Mayuresh Tambe. He says, play h3, put the queen on f3, then put the queen on g3, and then take on h6. Nice, Mayuresh. Good plan. Good plan. Although it might not happen as such, but it's good to think in these terms. Of course, black can always move his king away or play knight h5 here to attack the queen. But still, it's a plan. I would definitely think about queen f3, knight e3, and putting the knight on f5 could become a very realistic possibility. Chinmay Keaskar says, how about f4? Is that an idea? Chinmay, the only reason why I'm a bit apprehensive about f4 is because my rook is on e1. If it were on f1, I would have loved to play that move. So for example, let's say if black goes rook b8 here, and then would you like to play f4? This is a question, because let's say I take, e takes f4. Now you take with the bishop, because that seems very logical. What has happened here is that you haven't gained as much in the position, and I think black gets this e5 square for his knight. So somehow once the knight moves away from c6, then knight takes d5 becomes a realistic move, because then there is no longer a pawn forking these two pieces. So I think f4 does more good to black than white. This is what I feel. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen is thinking for his moves. The time right now is 1 hour 30 minutes for Magnus, 1 hour 16 minutes for Vishy. Remember guys, there is no increment until move 40 and we are still on move number 15. This game, if it heats up, can go into heavy time trouble if things go on in this strategic manner. Rook e3, rook lift, says Vijay. Vijay, you want to go for the attack, huh? So let's say rook b8, you want to play rook e3, rook g3. Kyun nahi, kyun nahi? Interesting, going all out. That's, you see guys, you all are capable of coming up with interesting ideas, and they are fresh, they are fresh because sometimes these ideas don't strike an experienced mind, because they know the patterns. They know that, oh, knight goes to f3, queen f, knight e3, queen f3, knight f5. But rook e3 is very, very interesting. You want to go rook g3, use your bishop to attack here. Queen is already in the game. But maybe just a thought. What about knight h7? And if you were to switch your rook to g3, then after bishop h4, the rook is slightly uncomfortable there. So these are the reasons why practically, like theoretically, the ideas are beautiful. Like, I want to wake up at 6 a.m. Then I want to do 10 minutes of yoga. Then I will go and make a nice cup of lemon tea and put 3 drops of lemon in it with honey. And then I will go and I will read some amazing book. And then I will get ready and then I will do my work for 8 hours. Beautiful, theoretically great. Rook g3, bishop h6, queen jumping in. But then comes a message or a phone call, bishop h4, and suddenly those 10 minutes of yoga and thrown into the dustbin. Things don't go as per plan always. But let's see what happens. I think rook e3 was an interesting plan, but just that maybe you need it to execute it well and it doesn't work out so well. We have travel with Rikhil Roshan with his अद्भुत शायरी. विश्वनाथन का मतलब ही ब्रह्मांड गुरु होता है और आनंद का मतलब उनकी जीत के बाद शुरू होता है. वाह, rooting for Vishy sir, very nice one, thank you. And Arshad says, why is Karpov so underrated by all? No, Arshad, Karpov is not underrated. People respect him tremendously in the chess circles. Young talents have grown up reading about his games, watching his games. Maybe he's not as much in the chess news because he's busy, in many different things. But his games are tremendous, the ones which are amazing. We have, sir, please try to bring, Arshad is very much like a Karpov fan. He's like, please bring Karpov on stream once. It would be great to have a conversation with him and asking about his games and accolades. For sure, I will try my best to get Karpov here. Adarsh Kaushal says, there is no pawn exchange until now. So tell us who will get advantage in this. Very interesting question, Adarsh. I think what will happen is that at some point, someone will have to exchange. So you see, there is tension here in the position. White wants that black should release it by playing either BA4 or B4. Because if you take BA4, then your A pawn becomes isolated and weak. If you play B4, then the C4 square is slightly weakened and the knight can go and sit here. On the other hand, black wants that white should take, so that if white takes AB, the rook opens up. And these are the kinds of positions which are very high tension positions, and you can sometimes lose patience. Like many of the beginners quickly think, okay, let me take, and I can't handle it. They cannot even handle a tension like a knight in the center. They're like, oh my god, how much to calculate every move? Knight takes f6, knight takes e7. What should I do? What should I not do? And so they simply take it. But you know, guys, at the top level where Anand, Carlsen, and all these top players play, they look at very minute things. Like, for example, after ed5, where does my knight go? Oh, knight b8 here. Is this a good place? Okay, maybe I can go knight d7. But what is my plan if he goes knight g3, knight f5? So everything is looked at in a much more depth. And something somewhere, there could be a misjudgment by either Vishy or Magnus. And that misjudgment, like let's say Magnus thinks that take knight b8 is a fine position for him, and he plays it, Vishy's advantage grows here. Or if Vishy suddenly thinks like, let me get the two bishops here after rook b8, and he takes on e7, then maybe black is doing pretty okay after this. So this is how the tension can release. For now, it seems like Anand is slightly better. He's pressing. He has that thing on Carlsen here. By the way, did I just... Oh, what I was saying has happened. Oh my god, he's taken on d5. It's not a blunder. It's not a blunder, guys. But it's a very surprising decision from Magnus. Because now, the main thing is... I mean, I was just giving an example, right? I mean, I didn't say that this was a horrible move or something. I was just trying to show that some move that black might play, like just as we discussed, after ed5, knight b8, Magnus thinks his position is fine. But Vishy can think otherwise. And by the way, here, it's very, very important to understand whether you will take with the bishop or the pawn. So I want to ask the chat here, and I want to activate the chat chess moves. What do you play here? Do you take bishop d5 or do you play ed5? It's an interesting moment. Do you take with your bishop? Ruchir Tandon here. Sagar, by the outpost at d5 is critical. It should be further supported further. Please put in your comments. I agree, Ruchir. By the way, guys, Ruchir Tandon, who is in the chat, very, very well-known oncologist, a doctor, and also he's a FIDE instructor. I mean, he's a developmental instructor, spreading chess, loves chess. So very nice to have him in the chat here, Ruchir. So Ruchir says that generally a weak square should be captured by a piece, not by a pawn. I agree with you, Ruchir. Absolutely. If there was no knight on f6, I would have loved to take with a bishop, keep my bishop diagonal open. Unfortunately, there is a knight here. So now Anand has to assess, is this position better with his bishop gone from here, or should he keep the bishop and take with the pawn so that later his bishop may activate from b1 and d4 looking at this diagonal? It's not an easy decision actually. And Vishy has chosen bishop d5. But let me see what people have done in chat chess moves. People, guys, you all wanted to take with the pawn, but bishop d5 is what Anand has chosen. So Anand prefers giving up that bishop before taking on d5. Very interesting. And I want to give a shout out to everyone who's found bishop d5. I mean, who suggested that: Samir Sangam, Sarbajit Majumdar, Amrit Raj, Random Number, Brijesh Rajput, Mohit Chess, Rakshit Singh, Amit Datta, Rishabh, Avanish Shukla. Well done, all of you. By the way, we have a super chat from Srivatsa Harish. He says, I knew your answer. Still, I encourage non-pros to try Smith Mora, as it makes positional and tactical play sharpen and many underestimate it. I agree with you that at the beginner level, it's very interesting to try out gambits. But your question was, why do top players not play it? And because it's not 100% sound. By the way, now Anand takes with the bishop. So he clearly doesn't want his bishop to be blocked. You know, I was thinking that you retain this bishop pair advantage. But after that, knight b8, this bishop, let's talk to the bishop. You know, bishop, how are you feeling in life? Bishop is like, yeah, I had a good future here. but somehow the pawn on e4 has just come in between my dreams. Well, but bishop, don't you think that bishop b1 and then on this diagonal you will have a better future for yourself? Yes, maybe, but then the rook on a1 will tell me that don't sit there, I can't come into the game. And so rather than just making life difficult for my teammates and spreading gloom in my team, I decided to just take here with bishop d5 and give up my self. And Magnus, of course, takes on d5, guys, because if Magnus did not take on d5, then this bishop would have dropped back, and then the bishop would have had a beautiful future ahead of him. So that's the reason why knight takes d5 was played here, and now e takes d5 in the position, and Vishy has a very, very nice, firstly, here's my first question, easy one, but let's do it because I want all of you to be super alert, not to slack. So why is knight b8 not a good move? Let's go quickly, guys, in the chat chess moves. Adarsh Kaushal says Tal once said, help your pieces to help you. Yeah. डॉगी जी कह रहे हैं, सागर भाई इतना एनर्जी कहां से लाते हो? हाउ डू यू मैनेज टू स्पीक फॉर आवर्स? मैं तो 5 मिनट में ही थक जाता हूँ. चेस है ना, तो चेस के लिए बोलना मजा आता है, बाकी सब चीजों में पता नहीं इतना मजा आता है कि नहीं. By the way, here's the move that, yes, absolutely right. A takes b5, opening up the rook, and the rook on a8 is undefended. And the right answer has been mentioned by Mahesh S.A., Rakshit Singh, K.R. Alok, Gautam B., Amrit Singh, Charu Vijay Shekhara, Shaibi Binoj, Dhyan Nayak, Chess is More Than Fun, and Deven Tiwari. Tremendous job, guys. That is the right answer. AB5 activates the rook there on A1. Okay, so knight B8 out of question. ठीक है, तो Magnus says, let me go to A5 now because बाकी किधर जाएंगे? Knight A7 looks also very suspect. So he went to A5. He's put his knight there. Now, guys, Vishy has a great position. Okay, this is really good. What is the first move that comes to the mind of any player who plays the Ruy Lopez in such positions? I think you guys should know about this move. White to play. What is the first move that comes to mind, which is a good move here? Yes. Fantastic. Guys in the chat, tremendous job. Look at this. We have so many people here who've given the right answer. B4. Exactly. You hit this knight, you ask a question to it, and Tanish Gupta, Agam Shah, Sudarshan Badrinath, Shri Ram, Bondita Bhagwati, PL Kanti Ghosh, Sayud Paul, Graham Pawar, Aditya Narayanan, Yagna Nidu Molu. Well done. B4. By the way, thank you for super chat, Grizzly. Now you attack the knight. The knight, Patrick Bro, thank you. He says thanks for all the streams. The knight can't go here, can't go here. Has to go back to b7. And then the knight is, how do you say? The knight is dominated by the b4 pawn. Look at this. This is something that you should always remember. If there is a distance of 2 squares between a knight and opponent's pawn, this pawn dominates the knight here. And that's the reason why in this position, the knight on b7 is like, my future is terrible. I can't go to d8, I can't go to d6, c5 and a5 are off limits because of the pawn. And okay, the queen says, knight, don't worry, knight, please, I'm making a square for you on d7, please go to d8. But from d8 where? Because again, at a distance of 2 squares lies the pawn on d5, which is laughing and controlling the knight on d8. So that's the reason why this knight has a terrible life ahead of him. It's a life of quite suffering. But let's see if Vishy actually goes b4, because as Kramnik said when he was here, that white has so many good options sometimes that you kind of get confused and you choose maybe sometimes the inferior one, but it is quite possible. By the way, it's unfair for the knight. I am that knight. Justice for knight. Yeah, this knight is terrible. And by the way, this is a theme well known in chess, that the knight on in these structures, that this knight on b7 is a very bad piece. And I think Vishy would of course know it with all his years of experience. It's just a matter of right now whether he would choose this move or whether he would go for something else. Maybe queen g4 looks tempting, or something else like maybe knight e3 or knight g3, putting the knight there. Yeah, exactly. Anand will consider b4. There's no question about it. By the way, everyone in the chat, if you have just joining in, there are two things that I would like to say. First of all, our aim is to reach 917k subscribers today. So if you haven't subscribed, please do consider. If you enjoy this, please like the stream over here so that more people can join in. And lastly, there's a link that we have pinned here. It is a link to Levitov Chess, and it's a beautiful chess channel. Anyone who loves chess must check it out. It's excellent. It has material, many of the material in Russian, but it has English subtitles in all. If you are looking for some high quality material, please check it out. I have pinned it because Kramnik came here today and told us about it. He will be commentating there during the candidates, and it is something that you shouldn't miss at all costs. Yeah. So right now, after knight a5, the ball is in Vishy's court. What is he going to do here? And my guess is b4. Why did Magnus enter into this line then? What can be the idea here? Ashutosh Dwivedi. Excellent question by Ashutosh. You know, this is something that I want each one of you to think. Because a player like Magnus, when he takes on d5 in this position, he would definitely consider the arising position. And knight a5, why did he go into this? What was his thought process behind it? Sometimes it's just that he misassessed the position. It is quite possible. But most of the times, they have some solid reason there. And they could have miscalculated something. I am not sure what Magnus would have, because just guys, just look at this. Okay, I'll just show you a small thing. For example, if black went bishop f8 on this move, and white played this waiting move h3. Now this difference, okay, I take on d5, you take bishop d5. Now knight d5, e d5 is a better position for black. Not even that better than the what we have in the game, but a clearly better position. Why? Can anyone tell me what is the move that makes black's position better here, so that you understand this situation better? Rahul Verma says, Sagar, why can we witness Olympiad live? How to buy tickets for the same? Also, is it possible to meet you and players? It will be my dream come true. Rahul, first of all, yes, they are making arrangements, but the tickets have not been put up yet. But you can all go and play the rapid event that is starting in Chennai on 24th. I think, yeah, 24th is the rapid event. And there will be some arrangements made for viewers, spectators for sure. But tickets, when they go online, ChessBase India will be the first one to tell you about it. It's not live until now. Blunder Master Ajju says, knight takes f6, bishop takes a2, rook a2, bishop f6, then continue with white as knight f1, knight e3 will be good position. Na? Yeah, Blunder Master Ajju, that, but knight f6, he cannot take bishop a2 because it's a check. But I get what you say, that he could have taken there, but it would have freed up black's position, I think. No? With so many exchanges. Yes, knight e7 is the move that was absolutely right here. Knight e7, and that is the reason why black is even better here. Knight is not struggling on a5 like in the game. It is better on e7, and fantastic job by all of you who mentioned knight e7. The first ones were 256 people mentioned it. Aryan, PL, Saksham, Rohan, Groner, Ishwar, Deval, Chandrakumar, Aniket, and Shashank. Excellent job. By the way, we have a super chat here by who is it? Just missed it with so many moves here. by Radheya Anandagaukar, who says, "Hi Sagar, looking forward to VD versus AG." And while Vishy, oh my god, Vishy has played b4, knight b7 with a clearly better position. While Vishy is thinking for it, let me just show you this very nice trailer that is made by us. So let me just show you, and you will all enjoy it. People are saying skip ad. अरे दोस्तों इसमें ad क्या है? This is a tournament. This is a match that will be held on 26th of July. I'm excited for it. So many of you are, and we are really working to make it a once in a lifetime, might be a bit too much, but at least a very good experience for everyone who come there. And also online we will be streaming. Samay will be a big part of it. I and Samay will host it. Amruta will be there. We'll have the players, we'll have many more people joining in. It will be epic. I'll reveal many things as the time comes by. So here knight b7 has been played in the position. चैट में कभी खुश नहीं कर सकते किसी को. some of the people say, could you not use a better name for the match? Could you not use, by the way, that entire video was made by Abhyudaya, so he did a tremendous job on that trailer. Okay, b4 has been played. The knight has been pushed back. Now as we know, the knight is very very upset on b7. It's like, भाई मेरा तो कोई जिंदगी नहीं है, नाइट इधर भी नहीं आ सकता, इधर भी नहीं आ सकता, there is no square. But now the question is, how should Vishy continue? Where is his play coming from? And now my question to all of you is, can you create a direct threat in the position? Make a threat, one move wala threat. Why is queen g4 not good before b4 but good after b4? Very good question. Yes, Srivatsa Harish is very has very good questions. By the way, I really like the fact that so many of you have come up with queen g4 here. Excellent job, guys. Queen g4 threatens bishop takes h6 and is a tremendous move. Samarth Bharadwaj, Gamers Delight, Palash Badwaik, Usha Patel, Aryan Raj, Rishabh, Multi-bagging, Nihar Shah, Heath Gandhi and Sarbajit Mazumdar. This is the correct move. You are going in with a threat to take on h6. Now, the question that our good friend here has is queen g4. Why is this not a good move in the position? And after b4 is a good move. Anyone, can you tell me the reason? It's not a particular move as such, but it's not a very tough reason to figure out. Mohit Godara says, Sagar, nowadays there are some strong chess engines like Stockfish or others in which you analyze many moves and a series of moves. Also, then my question is, why players need human coaches and books? Very good question. I think a good answer to it would be, today you have Google and all the information there. Why do you need teachers, or why do you need anyone to teach you anything? I think nowadays it is more about what is the right information to take, because yes, the engines can tell you what the good move is, but what is the reason for the good move? Why not this move? Why queen g4 first does not work, and why does b4 and then queen g4 work? So these are the things which humans can explain quickly, although I would say given enough time and enough patience and enough effort, someone can just use the engine and maybe become a good player. It's possible. But I think otherwise it's not so simple. Yes. And by the way, b3 square is right, absolutely right, that because the queen was on d1 and you play b4, the knight has no knight b3 opportunity. It has to go back and then you move in. But once you go queen g4 and after queen c8 offering a queen trade, if you drop your queen back, now the problem is you can't go b4 so easily because knight b3 is coming, and suddenly the knight is not so silly on a5 square. So this is the position on the board. And what is the move? What? Rook e2. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a move by Anand. I'm not sure. I mean, I did not even consider it, guys. Rook e2. What is Vishy's point? Well, all of us were thinking कि भाई queen should go here and we should attack this side, but Vishy is thinking the other way around. Vishy is thinking, I want to put my rook on this side of the board and then attack here, rook a2. And also, guys, I've used this thing many times, but I'm going to use it again. Say, for example, you go queen d7. Okay, you just connect your rooks. Now you go rook e8. Now, remember this game which you played in childhood? Like, for example, the game went something like this. You have like your hands here. Okay, someone is holding it this way, and there's another person. His job entirely is to just hit your hand like this. Okay, so you are holding it this, and when he tries to hit your hand, you have to move it away. This is the game. And I would say this game is great fun for the person who's about to hit, because he can time it whenever he wants to, while you are all the time constantly worried, is it coming now, is it coming now? Oh, he might say, oh, look there, and then he might do these things. And this situation which you see on the board right now is actually the same situation where white wants to take and open up at his convenience. You might say, but black can also take here. Not really, because after this, let's say I take with the queen, queen takes and rook takes, this pawn becomes very weak on a6. So you cannot go for that as black, and white can choose when to do. He might even go rook a3, queen c2 and queen a2. He may even triple on the a file. So this is the reason why Vishy has actually chosen this move, and I don't know why, but I really want to show you one game of Karpov, because so many questions were asked about Karpov, and I really want to use this opportunity to show you a legendary game of Karpov, which is not like 100% similar to this theme, but will at least give you a great idea in your mind about this similar concept of who is going to release the tension and at what point. So here's my let me see if I can pull it up. I'll use yep, I've got the game. So let me see if I can open it. You see, these are the games which stay in your mind always, the games of great players. And okay, let's bring it here. And I mean, I don't want to reveal the move so that all of you can guess it, have the fun of trying to think what did Karpov play here. Okay, ready? Let's see how many of you can. What? No, 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 not this position. Wait, wait, wait. Yeah, here's the position. What should white play here? It's a very famous game, and if you can tell me what is the move that Karpov can play in this position? What is the move that he played here, which was a simply epic move in the game? So it's a beautiful move, and you will understand from this game some things about what we are looking right now. Yes. And this is the move. Look at this. Brilliant job, guys. Bishop a7 is the move here. Fantastic job done by Siddharth, Manabesh, Devansh, Abhay, Samhita, Riddhi, Harsh, Vrushank, Firoboy, and Udit. So if you look at the game again, Bishop a7 was played here by Karpov. He said, look, I don't want you to exchange this right now. So what I'll do is, I'll use my bishop as a blocker. It can be removed anytime, but I'll remove it at my convenience. First, I will build up on the queen side. So how did Karpov do it? He went bishop c2. He then doubled down the a file. He then went bishop b1. He then brought his knight in. He then brought his other knight in. He opened on the king side. He opened there. Then he put his bishop here. Then he brought his knight there. All the while, the bishop was just controlling that square. And in the end, at the right time, he then brought his knight like this, took and brought his queen in. He was at some point threatening this. This is what I mean by that side trying to go aggressive. He might hit now, he might hit later. He then went queen h5. And then at the end, game was over. The attack just broke through on the king side. And look at this bishop on a7. He's like, you both rooks, your life was miserable because of me. This is what happens. Okay, guys, I hope this example made it very clear to you what Vishy is angling for in the game. But let's go back to the game and see what has happened. Oh, and some moves have happened. CB4 taken by Magnus. Magnus is just so sharp. Magnus is like, Vishy, yes, rook e2, great idea. Karpov und Zikr, huh? Yeah, this is very interesting. But on the other hand, you are slow. You had to go queen g4 here. And you had to attack. You went rook e2. And now with queen, not queen d7, he actually took cb4 here. cb4 and a5. Very quick to actually liquidate. And the knight is like, pawn on a5. Gratitude for a lifetime, because this b4 pawn was my worst enemy. You are going and fighting that pawn. Love you, says the knight, because now the knight will get the c5 square, the a5 square, and the knight will get activated. But Vishy takes on b5 and he tells his opponent, tells Magnus, are you sure that your position is still good here? Because he's taken here and Magnus says, I'm taking here. So it's a very weird kind of a position where Vishy, is the b4 pawn weaker or is the b5 pawn weaker? By the way, Travel with Nikhil Roshan says teachers are important so that the concept is clear and you can create, modify things even better. Otherwise, you will just become another robot with only analytical skills but no creativity. Yeah, maybe. Can argue, but yeah, also you are right in your own way. Now, b4 pawn is weaker. That's what you guys say. But how to take advantage? See, it's one thing to just make a statement, but quite another to prove it. First thing that I thought to my head is, I like this pawn here. I want to create an outpost for my rook on a6. It really doesn't work because knight c5 hits the rook and the rook is doing absolutely nothing there. So the other idea that can come to our mind is either rook b1 attacking this pawn or rook a4 attacking this pawn from here. If taken, the queen will come to a4. Or the other idea, as you guys said, is to put the rook on a2 like this. But then after rook takes a2, rook takes a2, after queen b6, it seems like black is getting to the pawn faster than white. Like queen a4, knight c5, queen takes b4 and knight takes d3. Black is all for choice here. And in fact, black is just winning, because not winning, but gaining. Like queen takes b5 is possible, but maybe I go queen c4, knight c1, queen b5. Black is a pawn up, and this is not what Vishy wants. So clearly, rook e2, bringing the rook from e2 to a2 is not a good idea here. But what else can we do? And Vishy says, I can go rook to b1. That's what I can do. So he plays his rook to b1. attacking the pawn on b4 now. Interesting chess. Rook b1 has happened on the board. He wants to take on b4. Black now has to figure out how to defend the pawn. The first thing that comes to mind is queen a5. But this is a poor move. What is the winning move here for white? Come on, guys. Put your thinking caps on. Try to think on your own. No one should use the engine. Try to think on your own. Try to get stronger. What is the move that white plays in this position? And that gives him an advantage. Let me see what are the suggestions here by all of you. Bishop d2. Don't like it, guys. Don't like it. Bishop d2. The main problem is that after queen b5, rook b4, yes, queen takes d5, black is better. So the right move here and the very special move is rook eb2. Prath has got talent. Abhimanyu, Ajay Parwani, Deven Tiwari, Aniket Vishwakarma, Mir Mehta, Yash K, Prithvi Gupta, Vignesh and Chinmay. Very good job by all of you. After rook b1, queen a5, rook eb2 is an excellent move. Because now, after I take on b5, you can't take it. Rook takes b4, 2 powers on the knight and you lose the knight. So you can't do that. Rook b2 is such a fantastic move here. And this is what Vishy might have even seen while actually going in for this line. And he would have thought that I am clearly better. But what is Magnus going to do here? Actually, Magnus has a very good move in this position. Black to play. What do you do? See, I'm going to make you work hard because I feel that out of these 7,000, 8,000 people watching right now, many of you are going to become some great players, yeah? Many out there. And so I want to make you work a little bit more. Put yourself in the shoes of Magnus. Think like the world champion. Try to figure out what is on his mind here. Why did he go into this line when he's clearly losing this pawn and Anand will have such a strong pawn on b5? What is his plan? What? Magnus played his move? Did he play? Oh, queen d7. Magnus seems to have made a mistake, guys. Magnus seems to have made a mistake, but let's look at it carefully. First of all, knight c5 is the move that I was looking for. And yes, many of you have found it, but it's not simple. If the world champion misses it, it is not easy. Knight c5 by Karthik, Harmony, Vamsi, Rishi, Sam, Secret, Lightning, Heath, Shahzeeb and Mir Mehta. Guys, don't use engines. Think on your own. The point is that after I take on b4, rook a1 happens and I pin here. It's not so simple to assess this position. Actually, it's very difficult to assess. Maybe black has good compensation here. So here, Magnus didn't assess it so well. And so he decided I can't go knight c5 here. I have to go queen d7. But now you know the move, guys. Now you know what to move that Vishy can play in this position. White to move. What is the move here? You know it already. But it's the same concept. I hope you don't forget it. What is the plan? Because Magnus wants to come and take your pawn. You don't give it. Don't give it. Now everyone knows this move. Fantastic job, guys. All of you know it. Rook eb2, and I love it how the chat is now taking care कि rook eb2 लिखेंगे, सिर्फ rook b2 नहीं. All these people, by the way, those who wrote rook b2 only, both the rooks can go to b2, no? So for clarity, you must write rook eb2, and that is the correct answer, and that has been recommended by so many of you: Natarajan, Aryan, Dharmil, Dakshat, Sagar, Chinmay, Meg, Rahul, Shashank, and Deven. All of you, well done, rook b2. And now Magnus will be kind of scratching his head here because he's like, oh my god, I can't take this pawn. I have to take, he's just going to take this. And then what exactly can he do? He can go knight c5, which looks like a good move, but I take on b4. And guys, this b pawn is not a joke. It's a powerful passer. It is going down the board. It's just 3 squares away from queening. And not to forget, this rook is like this, how do you say, the multitasker. He says, yes, I want to become a comedian in life, but yeah, chess streaming is also an option somewhere. It can go that way as well. So queen d7 has been played, and let's hope that Vishy actually finds rook eb2. I think he should be able to. Srivatsa Harish says, why not this directly? Srivatsa, this is also actually a very decent move, and I think Anand could actually play it as well. But rook eb2 stops queen b5, that plan. And actually rook b4, maybe the only thing that is a bit worried about is rook coming to a1 and pinning it here. But clearly a very, very logical question by you, and I love it, that why not take it directly when you can get it. I guess the only reason is that you don't want to allow the rook to come here and then the other rook to join in. Perhaps the knight coming to c5 could create play, but this is still better for white. So yeah, that is why I have a feeling that Vishy might just take on b4 with his rook and not go for rook b2, because if rook takes b4 was not a good move, Anand would have found rook b2. But when you see rook b4 and you say, yeah, that's a good move, then what do you do? Time difference, yeah, but I think time is still pretty much under control, right? Because Anand has 53 minutes to go and there are only 18 more moves to make before 10-second increment. But yeah, 10-second increment is no big thing, yeah. So that is true. Actually, time may play a factor, but if Vishy is able to get this solid edge in the position, I don't think he should have any. Oh, Vishy Anand finds rook eb2. Vishy OP in the chat, guys. Is he going to beat Magnus Carlsen today? Now, you know, this is the first time I told, is he going to beat Magnus? Because now the position is solidifying. His advantage is crystallizing here. He will win the pawn. He will have the passer. He will be able to switch his rook and queen onto the king side, perhaps needed. His knight can join in the game from e3 or g3. I have a feeling that Magnus is going to be in for a long, long night tonight, defending, and Vishy might be able to stun the world champion. That too, after 7 years. His last win against Magnus was at the Norway Chess in 2015. That was the 3rd edition. We are into now, I think this is the 10th or 9th edition. And let's see. Pawn to b3, but no, just pawn to b3, just take it. No, I'm not jinxing it, guys. I'm just trying to make you feel like this could be a big opportunity. And I really like the fact that Anand found rook b2. Amazing chess. Shyamando says, why not rook e4 on the previous move? That is also a very good question. And Shyamando, I think this is a good move as well. The only thing is here b3 makes it slightly difficult to take the pawn with the rook or the queen because of knight c5 fork, at least for the time being. It's not going to be permanent. I can go here and then knight c5, bishop e3. I can evict the knight and eventually take this pawn. But the main thing is that here rook eb2 makes so much more sense, because if you play b3, I'll just take it, and then knight c5 forks nothing. Magnus would be under some pressure for sure now. I mean, okay, let's see. I'm Magnus Carlsen, okay, which I'm not, but let's see. I'll think I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm sitting here. I'm thinking to myself, यार ये pawn तो मार नहीं सकते. Okay, he's talking in Norwegian. I'm just talking in Hindi. rook takes b4 and I lose the knight. तो ये नहीं मार सकते. ये रुक को कहां एक्टिवेट करें? कुछ भी नहीं है ये फाइल पे. ये पॉन तो मर रहा है, ये पासर है. ठीक है, एक मूव है अपने पास. वी हैव वन मूव, नाइट c5 हियर. Can I make this move knight c5? But what after it? After he takes here, what's my next plan? What am I planning to do? Oh yes, I have a plan. Okay, guys, I have a plan as Magnus. Knight c5, rook b4, and I want to play bishop f6. You will be like, what are you planning? My plan is to go e4. I want to unleash this bishop. I want to activate this rook. I want to get with this knight, and I want to play knight to c3. That is my plan. But Vishy can first of all just put a complete hold on that plan with knight g3. He can just put it here. Nothing's happening. Nothing's moving. You can't play it. And next move, I can go b6, b7. So where is Magnus Carlsen's play coming from? Guys, think. Put yourself in the world champion shoes. Where is your play coming from? Are you going to attack this pawn? Okay, great. This is a weakness. But from where? Queen wants to attack it, but I can't find it. I can't find a way. Queen b7 is taken by the knight. Oh, knight c5, rook b4, queen b7. Maybe I take this. But hey, the knight comes in, knight e3 and defends it. Or the queen comes to f3 and defends it. f5. Everyone is like, oh, let's go f5. Guys, remember, f5 will create weaknesses as well. It's not like you have all the pieces into the attack. f5 khela, rook takes b4. What's next? Are you going to go for g5 as well? That would be crazy. My queen will enter on h5. This will all become weak. h4 will come there. Rook may swing over. b6 in the air. So just with one move, you can't create play. You need pieces to play. And actually, the black pieces are not coming in the game. Parth Pawar says knight c5 and queen f5. Okay, Parth, maybe that's a good idea. Let's try. Knight c5, I take on b4. You go queen f5. You are attacking here. Excellent idea. I like. Maybe Magnus thinks this way as well because this is active. What do human beings do? Like human beings, when they play chess, they try to look at weaknesses and they try to attack it. That's how we are built up. When you are young, like just when you are growing up, you are built up on the fact someone tells you, ye pawn weak hai, f7 is weak. So go bishop c4, go queen f3 and checkmate him here. I'm sure many of you have been taught this. It's called the scholar's mate. Why? It's nothing but a weakness is ganged up upon by two of your pieces. So even in such a position, when Magnus is in trouble, all that he will be thinking about mostly is that where is white's weakness that I can attack. And one of you has rightly suggested that knight c5 and queen f5 in the position. Some of you want a recap. Let me just see if a poll here. If you e4 is for a recap, d4 is not for a recap. So if I get more votes for a recap, I'll give it in like 2 minutes. E4 for recap, d4 for no recap. But yeah, just finishing off this analysis, knight c5 takes here. Someone said d4 here. d4, I'm a bit worried about knight d3 coming into the position, then forking here, here and here. Let's not do that. What else can we do? Can we do bishop e3? Because now after queen d3, I can take and go rook b3, and then this knight is poorly placed here. Where does it go? It goes here. Take, and already white is completely winning. Knight e3, knight c4, b6, b7. It's just better. So even by giving back the pawn, it could be better. And after bishop e3, if you take with the knight attacking this rook, it's the same story. Yeah? I can go rook b3, attack this knight. I could even go knight g3, attacking your queen. It looks very difficult. Dhruv18 says, had plans with my GF for a long drive, but cannot stop watching this match. I liked saying, I'm sick to her, not kidding. Hope she's not watching this. Dhruv18, I hope you are ready for some losses today. Huh? Even super chatting this, but it's flattering, at least for the chess lovers, to see that people are, giving priority to Magnus Anand over their girlfriend. Not that I am promoting it, not that I am saying anything about it, but let me see, what was your answer? E4 for a recap, right? D4 for not. So E4 slightly higher. Let me give a very fast recap to everyone here, so everyone also enjoys who have seen this game from the start. Okay, Vishy Anand comes to the board, says, I'm going to play E4. Magnus Carlsen sits and says, should I go for the Sicilian? No, let's give Anand the respect because he's in good form. So he goes E5. Vishy says knight F3. World Championship preparation. I have to break Magnus's. So I'll go bishop C4. Italian. Let's see what Magnus does. Magnus decides to put his knight on F6, not his bishop on C5. After knight F6, D3, he puts his bishop on E7. And after castles, rook E1, he goes D6. Now, here is where Vladimir Kramnik joined in, and he said that this is something that he has recommended to the young Indian kids with the idea of A4, putting the pawn on C3, the knight goes to A3, knight C2, bishop goes back, and then the knight goes to E3. And something similar happens in the game because I know what happens. Knight A5, bishop A2, C5. He plays C3, taking control of the D4 and B4 squares. Both breaks are in the pipeline, B4 and D4. Now he goes back, knight c6, knight goes to a3, h6 in the position, Vishy goes here, bishop is here at a6 is what Kramnik did not like. He said he should go directly bishop e6. Now this move a6 might have played a major role because Vishy quickly got his knight in, and after bishop e6 he could put his knight on d5. Suddenly Carlsen is like, oh my god, I can't take here because ed5 will just kind of fork it. Bishop d5, ed5, I lose my bishop pair. So here the knight is sitting there and Vishy is just in no mood to move it. He moves his other knight here so that the other knight is telling this knight, hey buddy, I'm coming here, knight f1, knight e3. And then Magnus goes b5, knight f1, knight is still coming, and here Magnus loses his patience. He takes on d5, and after bishop d5, knight d5, ed5, and then this better. Suddenly the knight can't go back to b8 because ab5 and the rook is undefended. So it had to go to a5. But then came b4. Very nice move, attacking the knight. Knight has to go back to b7. And here rook e2. This was a move that the engines did not prefer because Vishy's idea was rook e2, rook a2. But it was not easy, guys, for black to even defend it. It was actually very tricky. Magnus found the best moves here. Maybe a5 was a bit too soon. He could have also gone queen d7, but he played a5. And it seems like the position is going towards equality, but not really. Rook b1, excellent move. No, not rook e6. That was my suggestion. He played rook b1 here, trying to take this pawn. And I think the best defense was knight c5 with the idea of b3. And then if rook takes b4, then rook a1 coming into the position. But this is where Magnus went wrong. He played not queen d7. He played not queen a5, queen d7. And Vishy found this spectacular move, rook eb2, hitting this pawn. And then after knight c5, no, this has not happened. He's still thinking now. And guys, when Magnus thinks for so long, you have to understand that the world champion is feeling the heat. He is feeling the pressure. He is worried. And so guys, let's see what happens here. It's a very, very important moment in the game. Magnus is thinking for his move. Right now, I'm going to take some water and actually going to think about what is he going to do. I'm going to show you something very interesting, guys, and we'll be back in a bit.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure chess set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96 mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55 mm by 55 mm high quality vinyl board with notation with ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces. the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India premium chess set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
Okay guys, that's the fourth link in the description. If you are looking for a chess board and chess set, then it's in the fourth link. Just check it out in the description. Coming back to the game, I hope you like the ad, by the way, that we made. You know, thoda improvement kar rahe. We are just improving bit by bit. It was also something that was made. It was my voice that was made heavier or something like that. Very weird sound. By the way, Rook B2 and Magnus is thinking here what to do. And actually, he's not come up with a solution yet. Let's also look very quickly at the other games. Yeah, Joy Datta says, for a moment, I thought I was watching the stream on 1.5x. It's the fastest I have seen Sagar speaking. Thanks, Joy. I think recaps have to be quick, right? Because many of you have seen what has happened. Rahul Verma, Sagar, by what energy today? I also wanted to ask about tickets of death match of Anish and Vidit in Mumbai. Also, can I meet you and Anish? So, Rahul, the thing is that the death match tickets will be up very soon. We'll put it up. We are just trying to figure out a few things and then it will be up and we'll notify you in a few, like maybe in a week or so. And with regards to the, of course you can meet me, yeah, but with regards to the players, we will definitely take into consideration the COVID measures because they all will go to the Olympiad. If everything is fine, of course we would love that everyone gets to meet both Anish and Vidit, but if the COVID situation is difficult, then we will take a decision at that point. Yeah. Saurabh, we'll keep the cost low for sure. I mean, the main reasons for putting up the ticket also is to just ensure that all of you who say that they will come. You know, at the end we know how many people are coming. So Rook E B2 has been played here, and B4 is hanging. It's been close to what? Yes, Magnus goes knight C5. He has played it, and I think someone in the chat who had mentioned about, by the way, Vishy's move is kind of forced. Yeah, you can't really let him play B3. Someone in the chat had mentioned about this Queen F5 idea, and I think he's going to go there. Aha, Vaibhav Sethia in the chat. He says, how about taking B5 and E5 for the knight? B5 passer too dangerous. How about taking B5 and E5 for the knight? You mean how, Vaibhav? You mean taking B5 and D5 for the knight. So like take and take. But you know, Vaibhav, it's only one pawn because you are already a pawn down. Like you lost this B4 pawn, and just one pawn is very little compensation for a full piece. It's just very difficult to defend this. The knight will come from E3. It's very, very powerful. So, by the way, Vaibhav is on a very, very big trip of his own stand-up comedy. He had, I think, 10 shows and he has completed 7 of them. He's right now, if I'm not mistaken, not in Mumbai, but he's doing some amazing shows. Samay also is doing a lot of shows. He's right now down with COVID, but he'll be back. We have Anirban, who is in Australia doing his shows. Biswa also, of course, very busy. So all these chess promoters, the OG gang of stand-up comedians who made you fall in love with chess, they are all very busy, but they keep on following chess. They are in touch with chess all the time. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, joke wala super chat missed bhai. Arey, Travel with Nikhil Roshan, I'll check out. What was your joke? What was the joke? सागर भाई, नुकसान होना तो पक्का है, बट गेम जरूरी है विशी सर के. मैं खुद हनीमून पे होकर आया, यहाँ मॉडगिरी होकर. आप हनीमून पे हो, मॉडगिरी कर रहा हो. अच्छा, वेरी नाइस. ओके, so this is not a good idea, Vaibhav, but yeah, I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, but I think that would have been too desperate there. So now with knight c5, I'm sure Vishy has already taken the pawn on b4. He's still thinking. Okay. By the way, we've reached 917K. Thank you all for subscribing. Let's go step by step. 918K, slowly and steadily. And also, guys, do like the stream so that more people can join in. If Anand beats Magnus today, you know, we have these questions in the chat. And they were like, can Vishy play the candidates again? Can he play for the world title again? And I used to be like, look, Vishy is great, yeah? But somewhere, I mean, come on. He's beyond 50 and now it's not the time to fight for match. Also, his last match was in 2014. It's been 7 years, 7 or 8 years since then. But now with this level of play where you are kind of bringing Magnus on his knees, on his knees, yeah. It's phenomenal, yeah. Very few people in the world can be able to do this. Anirudh Kidambi, when will the tickets be open for the chess Olympiad? Anirudh, I have no idea as of now. I will ask the tournament director. I'll ask the people who are organizing the Olympiad. But I think when they will put it up, we will put it up. We'll let you know immediately. So I know many of you want to make it there. Yeah, so let's try to analyze this position. Vishy will take this for sure. Okay. Now, if Magnus goes queen f5, we saw how dangerous this pawn can become. He can even give up this pawn. Voxy says if knight captures on d3 isn't queen c2 coming. You mean, Voxy, in this variation? Like if you take here and knight d3? Yeah, maybe queen c2 is a possibility. But, you know, could be very much that rook a c8 or even e4 to break this pin. So maybe not needed. You know, you can just go knight g3. Queen moves back to defend this. And then you can switch your rook over to g4 or even to b3. This knight is not doing well here. Knight c5, I'll just take it. So, knight c5, rook takes b4 bound to happen. Yes, Vishy has taken here. Vishy is now having 47 minutes on the clock and Carlsen has 57 minutes here. So, rook takes b4 has happened and I want to play b6, b7 here. You want to see other games as well? Yeah, maybe I'll just quickly check those other games. So right now is better. We have a draw in Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Wesley So. If we look at the standings, then Wesley So is the one who is now joined Magnus and Vishy, but only because his game is over, right? So that's the reason why Wesley, and if he wins this Armageddon, he will go to 8.5. He will go to 9 points. He'll get half a point more. But then if Vishy wins, he goes to 11.5. So that is how far Vishy can go in this standings. So right now, this is a draw. We have Topalov versus MVL position. It seems like position is tremendously complicated. But Topalov seems to be doing pretty well with his centralized knights and bishop looking here. Should be around equal, maybe a small edge for black. We have Aryan Tari versus Wang Hao. Still very early in the opening, only 14 moves have been completed. Very surprising. But Wang Hao seems to be in a good position right out of the opening. This line, guys. By the way, Magnus went bishop e7. But h6, this is becoming quite popular. The idea is to go g5 at the right time. And then you can actually put your bishop here and castle. So this is what was played and it led to an edge for black already here. We have Anish Giri versus Temur Radjabov today. Wow. That's a big one. Anish versus Radja. Let's quickly go and check here. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We had the Berlin on the board, bishop c5, d6. C3. Oh, that's a very rare move. Because generally you take and play c3. He's gone c3, d6, d4, ed, cd, check, bishop d2, takes. Bishop d7. What did Raja miss actually? He's already in a worse position. What did he do? One second, guys. This is very surprising for me because, I mean, where did Raja? Can we just quickly check the opening? Because there was definitely something here. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6 was played, d3, correct? Bishop c5, this is all well known. Anish goes c3 here. And now d6 played. He went d4 only. Oh, Magnus blunder. What? What? Okay, let's go back. We'll look at it in a bit. But what did Magnus play, guys? Ek minute. Queen f. Oh, is it this what we... Dekho, guy. Who was that guy? I want to bow down to you because you really thought about this. You really thought about attacking this pawn. You know, the other defensive move was rook b8. That is passive. This is just no, like I go knight e3. You're doing nothing. Next move, I'll anyway push b6 in the position. It's not a blunder. It's not blunder. But queen f5 is the most logical move. But will Vishy now, actually, I'm sure he gets it that here this d3 pawn can be given up. But the question is, how to give it up is a question. Do you give it up? Like d4 is bad, right? Because knight d3 we just saw. It attacks here, everything. What do we do here is the question as white. So, see, on first instance, Vishy does not have an engine or anything running, right? He's thinking on his own. So, a human being would think, oh my God, my pawn is attacked. Can I defend it? Then you see, I can't play my rook back. I can't defend it with my knight, bishop, anyone. And I can't even push it because of knight d3. So then you start thinking, oh, should I give it up? But how? So then you say to yourself, look, when he takes here, he is attacking f2 and b4. So let me move one of my piece, that is bishop e3, so that when he takes here, he does not attack this because it's defended. And he is attacking here. But then this knight is attacking the rook. I can gain a tempo by attacking the queen. As we saw, queen g6 can be met with rook g4. Now the queen has to keep an eye on this, so has to go back to h7. And then we come back to b3 attacking that knight. Now the knight is like, okay, where do I go? Can I go to f4? Is that even a good square? But the knight is just too far away from action. And the b pawn is like, guys, I'm going to the finish line here. I will finish off the game for you. I will go b7. Bishop can join me on a7. We'll have a party nice there on the finishing line of the black camp. And this will be winning. So, okay, you can't go there. The bishop needs to be blocked. So, you go knight c5. You put your knight there. But the bishop is like, okay, let's give our life for it. Take. And then we push b6. And once again, this knight may come to e4 later. This pawn is super strong. Although the material is equal, ask the queen on h7. What is it doing there? Can't come here, can't come here, can't come here, can't come here. It can maybe go to g6. But hey, b7, rook b8, and these two rooks, I just come in. It's very, very deadly. This position is lost. So, the initial challenge, of course, for Vishy is to find bishop e3. It's not an easy move. There are other moves as well. You can think about knight e3, which is also looking very interesting. Knight e3, queen d3, knight d3, and you can go rook b3, and you can play this position as well. Here, the only thing is that when the knight comes here, you can't take it with the bishop, which you would love to do. So that's the reason why bishop e3 would be a great move. But Vishy taking his time, and I think rightly so. This is the moment where he must think. He is better. He's close to winning. I mean, engines say that it's an advantage of +3. What does +3 mean? +3 means you are a piece up. And it is a huge advantage. Don Kenny says, how will this match affect Magnus mentally if he lost? I think in a big way, because losing to Vishy here is not something that Magnus has done in a classical game for 7 years now already. So that would be a big win for Vishy. But let's not get ahead of the time. You know, when you are about to hunt a beast, let's say a tiger or a lion, the moments when you have actually laid your net around it are the most dangerous, because the tiger knows that it is going to get trapped. It's not going to just sit down and say, okay, fine, just catch me. It's going to fight with all its might. And that is exactly what... Oh, and Vishy Anand finds bishop e3. Guys, bishop e3 on the board. Vishy Anand again finds a great move in the position. Hot play, guys. This is too good. He's finding all the moves. What a move. And now this knight, I'm just planning to take it. Guys, that knight is going. I'll just take it. So now 2 moves. We already analyzed knight d3. We do not like it because knight g3, the queen is just pushed away to the corner. Rook b3, then the knight is taken. So you take with the queen. That is another option. We could analyze it. So queen takes. Now queen takes. People are saying, but here the tiger is Vishy. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, when a tiger would hunt another tiger, and when 2 tigers are fighting and one of the tigers is going to submit, then the other tiger is usually not nervous. Yeah. The hunters get nervous, but not the tigers. So knight b3. Now I go rook b3 and I attack here. Once again, where does this knight go? Knight c5. We are going to take it. We're going to chop it off. If you play e4, I go b6. My pawn is rolling. b7 and bishop a7 in the air. So this is just winning. But bishop e3. So once again, taking on the queen doesn't change anything. I feel what Magnus will do here, and this is very likely, is Magnus will get another piece into the game, rook a3. He wants to attack the d3 pawn, and he will do that. But then, yeah, this could get really something to think about. Rook a3. How do we continue here? Devil's Trident says it's 4.5 on Sese. That's a huge advantage. Okay, rook a3, let's go b6. You take rook takes d3. And now I go queen c2. I'm okay to give up that d3 pawn. I'm completely fine. My end result is just, my end goal is to just queen that b pawn. What did Magnus do? He took what? Magnus took on d3 with the knight. Oh my god. Oh. Guys. See. Okay. Just think logically with me, okay? I know that chess is complicated, okay? And whatever I'm saying, players can make mistakes and all of it. But look, the queen is attacking the knight. It is defended by the queen. Yes, the knight is attacking the rook. Yes, you can move the rook. But why not? We take a small tempo right now attacking the queen. Because the queen, you cannot take the rook. I'll take your queen. So the queen has to stay in control of this. Now, when you go here, once again, I can move my rook and attack your queen. So clearly you don't want to play that. So you only move that you have is to go back. Then at least, I mean, the queen is just out of the game. Rook b3. Knight c5. Just take it. Then the b pawn. Push it. I think Vishy would play knight g3. It's not even a question of finding. It's about assessment. Do you assess knight g3 position more in your favor than rook b3? And here it's clear that knight g3, inserting that move, really helps you. So right now Vishy is taking his time, and I think this is good news. You know, Vishy has said this on several occasions in his interviews recently, that he sometimes gets very angry, not very happy with himself when he has a good position and he makes his moves quickly on time and then loses his advantage. Here I have absolutely no doubt that he knows he's winning. He has, I mean, come on, he knows it. All he is trying to figure out is what is the best way. He plays knight g3 on the board, guys. Knight g3. Vishy is not going to let this go. He plays knight g3. Excellent move on the board. The knight attacks the queen. Queen has to move. Where? Magnus would be seriously now considering that this game is going out of hand. You know, at some point, you have this feeling like, yeah, there will be some counterplay, I'll get this. But when your opponent makes 2 or 3 accurate moves, like Vishy's already done that. He's played bishop e3, which was a very accurate move here. Then he played knight g3, which is also a very accurate move. And now, if he can make a few more accurate moves, this is over. Yes, queen h7 on the board. Queen is out of the game. Let's go rook b3 now. I think rook c4 also is a good move. We have close to 11,600 people watching this. Guys, do like the stream, and if you are enjoying this commentary, do subscribe. Let's try to reach maybe 918. I missed a few. So, by the way, Inferno, thank you for becoming backer of Indian Chess. All the members here, thank you so much. All this money goes to talented youngsters, one each month. So thank you so much, Inferno, for becoming a member. Rahul Verma says, thank you so much for the reply, Sagar bhai. Looking forward to meet you. I'm getting goosebumps already. 917K cross. Let's do 1 million before the Olympiad. Vishy winning as well. What a beautiful day. Yeah. Divit Mathur, Vishy last one against him in classical in 2015 Norway. Yes, Divit, absolutely right. Yeah, those were the super chats. Let's get back to the game. So queen h7 has Vishy played his move. He's thinking, taking his time. 38 minutes is a lot of time on the clock. Guys, Vidit is, I think, on his flight to Prague. I don't think he's here. He must be traveling right now. Somsan says, don't celebrate before the last move is done. You know, when I was playing chess, I used to tell myself, don't celebrate till the last move is over. You know, just focus, make the moves, get the full point, sign the score sheet, then it's done. Now, when I'm commentating, things are not different. It's like, let's play it till the last move. Things can change. Anything can happen in a game of chess. Right now, the knight on d3 is attacking the rook. I mean, let's just attack this knight. Yeah. The knight has to decide where to go. As we saw, knight on f4 is just pointless. It's out in the wilderness. b6, b7, that's where the action is. So I think the only move is either e4, you put your pawn on e4, or you put your knight on c5. I'm not going to tolerate that knight. I'll take it. And now, let's try to think. See, many times we think, oh, the pawn will queen. But let's say I push and the rook comes here. How do I win? It's not like it's going to win on its own, the position. So what do? Here you play b6. Let's imagine. I put my rook on b8. Okay. You play b7. Now I've got the pawn there. What does black do now? So let's say black decides to bring his queen. We know there is rook b6 in the air. So let's say he puts his rook on d8. How do we continue here? One move could be rook b6. Just putting the rook on a better square, stopping the queen from coming out to g6. The queen is actually terribly positioned. What does black do now? Let's try to think. Let's say black makes a waiting move with his bishop. Bishop f8. Queen b3. I try to put my queen. Now, if I can get my queen here, this bishop gets blocked permanently. Slowly, I will go rook a6 maybe, and then maybe queen b5 or directly, and try for some ideas like rook a1 and put rook on a8. Slowly, I'll get in. So this position is not like winning, just like boom, boom, boom. There is some way to win. It's just that black can't move. Black can't breathe. There's nothing much that black can do. His queen is horrible and terrible on h7. And that is one of the defining factors of this position. Meanwhile, Vishy is now down to 35 minutes on the clock. He's still thinking. Guys, the moves, 26 moves have happened right now. 26 moves. Rakshit says, not going too ahead of myself, but Anand winning this will mean Anand will move to number 7 in live ratings. And if Anand manages to win this tournament, Anand should reconsider participating in the Olympiad. I don't know about the second statement, Rakshit, but the first statement is factually very interesting, that Vishy will move to world number 7. And in this tournament, if Anand plays some more good games, and imagine him reaching world number 5 and all, that would be unbelievable. Seriously, guys. Seriously, in the chess circles, it will be like an ajuba. It will be like a totally abnormal thing to have happened. Raj Chauhan, thank you so much for becoming a supporter of Indian chess. That's very kind of you. Thank you for becoming a member. Praveen S. Sagar, by any back ranks possible. Love your commentary. Not that I can think of right now, Praveen. This knight always is coming here. The rook is firmly placed on b1. I'm not going to move it away. The other rook can't come here. I don't think back ranks is going to happen. Ronak 101 says, does direct b6 is a blunder? You mean, Ronak, after here, you lose this, right? The rook. You need to save your rook first. IPW Law, who's been a booster of Indian chess for 7 months. Thank you so much, IPW Law. Says, Sagar bhai, my mom is also watching. She likes your commentary. Please give her a shout out. Rajeshwari. Rajeshwari ji, thank you so much for watching this. And it's amazing that you are enjoying chess. And also kudos to your son for supporting us. Rahul Verma. Sagar bhai, given their history, how much winning this match means to Vishy? I think a huge amount. Because if you see in the last, when Anand has become the world champion, after their world championship match in 2014, Anand has beaten Magnus thrice. Once in classical game in Norway 2015, once in Rapid in 2017, World Rapid. And by the way, Vishy has played, yeah? What did he play? Rook c4 or... Just a second. He's played rook b3. Oh, he played rook b3. Yes. And knight c5 on the board. Now, let's take this knight. I think Anand will just take it. No? It seems like the most natural thing to do there. He should take it. Yeah, so I was saying that he has won only thrice against Magnus, while Magnus has won 12 times against him. So this win is definitely something. And also, I think, yes, he's taken it. He's taken on c5. We have this. Now, guys, the main reason why I think Vishy's advantage is really huge and he is winning is because the position is very static. You know, this bishop cannot really tactically activate itself. It's very difficult to do it. And so after d takes c5 played, now is the moment where you start to take a bit of time. Because you have 31 minutes to convert this game. Which is like, hello, what did you say? Start to take time? No, sorry. The passed pawns must be pushed. I learned this when I was a young kid and I'm going to use it. No taking time as of now. Push the pawn. Push the pawn. What a move by Vishy. Best move in the position. You know, the one move which I was a little bit worried about is that, someone said, why not go d6? d6, the problem could be that I can play rook d8 and pin this. But maybe that should not even be a worry, right? Because let's say you go rook d8, I take on e7, you take on d1, I take on d1 and look at this queen. Queen is so poorly placed. And I have rook d8 check coming in. It can't be stopped. b6, b7 also. So yeah, maybe the other rook could come to d8. But then after, let's say, de7, the same story, guys. This queen is terribly out of game. So maybe your solution is correct, d6, but you have to consider c4. Now let's say rook b4 and c3, attacking here with c2. So that's the reason why I think this could give counterplay in the position. And b6 seems like such a cool move because you don't give him that play. But my question is, what about c4 now? Isn't this still creating this idea of c3, c2? Yeah, but I think, yeah, exactly. Kandepu, Rajendra Krishna, Kantipudi, Satyanarayana, Charlie OP. Exactly, rook c3. Yeah, just put this rook here and capture this pawn. Looks over. Looks game over. Yeah, there. I mean, you just lose the pawn. This pawn going here. I mean, if I could magically shift the queen here, still white would be better. But at least black would be fighting. But with the queen on h7, it's just horrible. Karthik Ravichandran, after, you mean c4, rook c3, rook c8, but which one? If you play this rook to c8, then you have b7, forking the two rooks. And if you play this rook, then I still go b7. And now, if you move your rook up, I'll queen. So you have to go to b8, and then I will chop off this pawn. So not possible to do that. Oof, man, it's a bit nervous right now. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, बिना क्वीन मूव किए इतना टेंशन दे दिया मैग्नस को विशी ने इतनी देर तक, टाइम का टेंशन ना हो. Oh, what a nice observation by Nikhil Roshan. Travel with Nikhil Roshan. He says the queen hasn't moved yet on 29 moves. Imagine, guys, Vishy wins this game without the queen ever moving. That would be like saying to Magnus that, okay, I can win against you without my queen. Of course, not like without the queen or anything, but yeah. Praveen says, love the tenacity of Vishy. Yeah, absolutely. He rocks pre and post engine era. What longevity, no? Amazing. Sam Thomas, thank you for becoming pillar of Indian chess. Thank you so much, Sam. Diljit Singh Narwal, who's been member for 18 months as a booster of Indian chess, says 12k people will witness Vishy Anand shock the world champion and secure the top ranking in this tournament. Maybe more, yeah? Maybe more, Diljit. Who knows? We are closing in. We have right now nearly 13,000 people watching this. So, Ankit Nerlekar says, thank you for the excellent coverage. Your commentary level has increased by many folds since the lockdown. Keep it up. Thank you, Aniket. That's very kind of you. Move has been played. Rook e d8 played by Magnus. Okay. Magnus says, my hands are tied, kind of, right? I am not really able to get my queen into the game because of b7 and rook b6 attacking the queen. Then f6 is a very ugly move to play in that position. So let me just make small move and hope that in future I can at least attack this pawn. Now this is a moment of too many options, and I know that when you know, Vishy, of course, has beaten Magnus so many times. In fact, he's beaten him like maybe 20-30 times before. So he's done this before. But sometimes you're not expecting something to happen, right? And when that thing starts to happen, you need to keep your calm on your nerves. That is very important. And I think the only thing that can come in between Vishy and winning this game is those nerves. He has to keep his cool here. He has to play calmly. Will he be able to do that? He goes b7. Okay, this happens. b7, rook a b8 played. He moves his rook to b6. Anand playing very quickly, yeah? He's not even taking time. c4 has happened in the game. c4 played in the position. Okay, now is an important moment in the game. Because rook b6, he's pushed his pawn to c4. Okay, let's imagine, okay, I'm just making a waste move like this. All of a sudden, Magnus can come back. His queen can come to d3. He wants to trade the queens, and then the d5 pawn is hanging. So c4 is a very tricky move. He wants to come in with his queen here. And as I said, the b pawn has reached the second last rank. But to reach the last rank, there is a massive rook standing in between the pawn and its dream of becoming a queen. So we have to take this little bit carefully now. How do we continue? Look at this. Queen to g4. Okay, I put my queen on g4. It's a great square. Okay. Activated the queen. Now your threat is to take here. Okay. If he takes rook takes d5, yes, it's possible. I can't give this check. I can give this check, but the rook will simply go back, right? And then I can pick up this pawn. It is possible. But I can also go knight to f5, hitting this bishop. And if you were to put your bishop back to f8, here is a very cool move that white can play, which will just give him the win. White to play and win. What is the move? Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's calculate a bit so that the nerves are calmed down for all of us. We need to calculate. Oh, by the way, Vishy has actually played something else. Vishy moving a bit too quickly, no? Yes. In the chat. Fantastic job, guys. Rook takes h6 is a good move. Possible. But a better move and a much better move is knight takes h6 check. Because after king h8, I also have knight takes f7 check. And the right answer of knight h6 has been given by Bhavesh, Riddhi, Kandepu, Chess Players Quotes, Atharva, Binapani, Kiran, Lakshya, The Pink and Inferno. Fantastic job, guys. Okay, going back, Anand has actually chosen rook to c6. And guys, Magnus has a chance to make a comeback here. And that comeback starts with the move queen d3. Okay, why? And what is Vishy missed there is a question. Because Magnus's aim always was, I need my queen into the game. This square is gone, this square is gone, this square is gone. So this square is where I can put my queen here. And that is where queen g4, knight f5, you had to start playing actively. But it was not easy because when you play queen g4, you are giving up the d5 pawn. So Vishy said, let me go rook c6, attacking this pawn. And now Magnus Carlsen needs to find this move, which very likely he will, because it's the only move, right? Like for example, let's say you go here. Now, as Anand, you want to take this queen. If you don't take it, he will take your pawn on d5. So let's say you take it and pawn takes. And now the main worry is that this pawn is hanging. Okay, actually, is it hanging rook c8, but he'll go back. So maybe this pawn is hanging. Also, if my rook is disturbed here, then I will lose the b7 pawn. So what is the only move for white to keep his advantage in this position? White to play in this position. What should white play? Let's see if you guys can keep your cool. I know it's easy to lose your cool if you look at the bar going up and down. But guys, Calm down. It's still not so bad. What is a very good move? So knight f5 definitely looks like a decent option, but he will just drop his bishop back. The move here, which would be excellent and which is very, very important prophylactically, is to stop, because his plan is d2, d1. And when the rook takes here, he wants to pick up your strongest pawn. So you need to stop this pawn with another piece of yours. And that is king to f1, so that when he goes d2, you can go king e2 and your king stops it. So king f1 was the answer given by Abhijit Mishra, Dakshat Rawat, Parth-ji, Dhruv, Prashant, Rakshit, Rishu, Ajay, Peter MJ and Babu Rao. Okay, so now rook c6, and let's see if Magnus has played. I think Magnus must go queen d3. If he doesn't go queen d3, what else, guys? There is nothing else in the position for Magnus Carlsen. His position is terrible. If he goes anything else like bishop f8 or something, just chop this pawn off and... okay, maybe, guys. One second. Is Magnus Carlsen... Oof. Thinking about rook takes d5. This is a blunder. Because why would this move be good? Because if you take queen takes d5, queen takes b1 check, hanging. And someone had super chatted, Sagar, is there problems of back rank mate? This is a problem. This could be a problem. But here's the nice one. When you play rook takes d5, I give you a check on c8. It's a check in the position. You must go back with your rook. And now, an important move to find. Come on, guys. I need at least 200 of you to find this move. It's a nice one. It's a beautiful one. It's a cute one. Come on. You can find it. Darshdeep Singh says, Sagar, please scold me to go and study. Darshdeep, go and study. What are you doing? You have to top your exams. Come on. I know that you won't go now. No one listens to what I say. Yes, queen takes d8 is the move. Fantastic job. How many of you actually found it? Not many. Tanish, Gautam, Pasindu, Riddhi, Adi, Nick Place, Shubh King, Aniket, PRVKVR, Prakhar and Abhiraj. Because now if you play bishop d8, then I was thinking when you take and just queen, that should win, right? Yeah, that should win. I think take and queen. Piece up should win. But there would be other ways to win here. The other way is just rook d1 and taking this. Yeah, this is a simpler way to win. So it's clear that in such a position, rook takes d5 is not working. Here, he can't take rook takes d5. Has Magnus played his move? Yes, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, is not going to give you that point easily. Yeah, he's going to make you fight till the end. And now Vishy Anand, queen d3 has been played. Yeah, guys, I'm going to read all the super chats that have been sent, but the tension is mounting. Queen has come to d3, and seriously, this pawn now has to be protected. So I think it goes without saying that Vishy will take this. But now this pawn is hanging, and okay, this pawn is quite safe. And I think it's not so difficult to find king f1. But okay, there is knight f5 as well. Bishop f8, and then you might go king f1. But once you do this, I think rook d7 is the problem. Because now there's no rook c8 check. So knight f5 actually provokes the bishop to go back to a better square where you don't want. Actually, your bishop is very good here. If I go king f1 and you come rook d7, I can give you a check, which doesn't happen when the bishop is back there. So it is in my favor that the bishop remains there. But queen d3 found by Magnus, which was kind of the only move in the position for him to stay. Seven Dunks, thank you for becoming backer of Indian Chess. A new member today. We have had 6 new members today. Thank you so much, guys. Ninad O says, waiting for the day when 50-year-old Magnus Carlsen is giving a tough fight to the world champion Nihal and GM Sagar Shah commentating with the same energy. Few of the things from this might not happen, yeah? Either Magnus will not play until 50, Nihal might become the world champion. GM Sagar Shah is slightly doubtful, Ninad. Tushar Bedse says, just purchase the chess set, Sagar Bhai. Thank you, Tushar. That's very nice. I'm sure you will like it and enjoy it. Amay Kulkarni, thank you for becoming backer of Indian Chess. Magnus Carlsen in the bracket Asliwala says, भाई मुझे बेस्ट बोलना बंद करो प्लीज, मैं खुद विशी सर को बेस्ट मानता हूं, विशी सर की जय. Rahul Mukherjee, who's been a pillar of Indian chess for 14 months, says Vishy is just like that 1980s bottle of vintage red wine. He proves why these bottles are so expensive. More you let it age and breathe, the better it becomes. What a legend. Magnific. Yeah, for sure. Pokiri says Magnus played. Yeah. Ooh, let's get back and see what did... Okay, Vishy's thinking now. 24 minutes. Is Vishy going to decline the queen trade? I mean, you can decline the queen trade, but where do you go with your queen? That is also a question. Like, can you go queen c1 so that you can pick this up? So let's say queen c1, but then bishop g5 hits the queen. No, I don't want to do that. I mean, queen c4 is impossible. Queen b1 hangs. So can't do that. If I go queen f1, queen d5, queen c4, this will most likely end in a draw, guys. I think this is very difficult. Like, let's say bishop f8. My idea is rook d7 to win here. So you go rook c7, stopping rook d7. Okay, white can keep pressure. Bishop here, rook c6, bishop f8 back. How do you win? Like, rook d7 is threatened. Not so simple. Not so simple. Maybe you put your rook here, but then... So, queens are exchanged. Did he take it? No, he didn't take it yet. He's thinking. Queen d3. Let's do a poll, guys. Let's do a poll. And let's try to ask the people. Do you think Vishy will win this? Now that you know, yes or no? I've put a poll, guys. I want to know, what do you think? There could be other ways to play, but Magnus also is very steady on time, yeah? Magnus has 41 minutes, 30 seconds. Vishy has 22 minutes on the clock. No, I mean, one of the things is if Magnus manages to hold this game, then psychologically very difficult for Vishy to come back in the Armageddon game, because he knows that he was better and so on. So it's not easy. I think for Vishy, the main consideration is that after take, how difficult is the next move to think? Like, for a human, that is the question here. Like, is it simple? Is it trivial? Because see, this is coming, right? This is hanging. If you play here and I take here, what is my move? Okay. Got it. This next move is very important. What do you do here, guys? White to play. This is what... I mean, these are the details which help you to make a decision in the game. And I think Vishy is a bit worried here, and that's why he's not playing his move. Oh, the move that I was looking for here from all of you is not rook c8, because that looks the most tempting, but rook c8 will be met with rook d8, and then black is still fighting. If you take here, I'll take with the bishop. My rook still stands here. If you take here, I'll take with the rook. But the move that I was looking for is actually knight to f5. And well done, Rohit Anand, Veer Singh, AK, Chess Fan, Chinmaya, Kapoor, Padaya, Kartikeya Chaudhary, Nilesh, and Arpan. Because now you can't leave the control of this square. Otherwise, I'm going check. And then when you go rook d8, I'll take. You have to take with the rook and I'll queen. And you can't go move like bishop f6 because I can just take. And then when you take, I give a check and I pick up this rook. So maybe you have to go like bishop g5, which is the only move. And then my knight sits in here beautifully on d6, blocking your rook and preparing rook c8. So this is where I think Vishy would clearly be better. I mean, he would be winning. And look at Anand taking so much time after, because on queen d3 he was on 27 minutes, and after queen d3 he is taking close to 8 minutes already, which means he's not happy with what has happened. He's not at all happy. And guys, take king f1 is not an easy solution here to see. Like, your mind first goes to more active moves like rook c7 and knight f5, not to this move like bringing your king in. And so if Anand does not find this move king f1, he would most likely think of some other options here. But also he can't look at many active moves like queen g4 or queen h5, because queen takes b1 is a check and you lose a free rook. So in that sense, his options are just limited to queen e1, queen c1 and queen f1, apart from taking the queen here. Or you can find some other move completely, but what else, guys? You can't push d6 here. It's well guarded. Pawn is not pushing here. Yeah, Akshay Naik, pawn d6, what to do? I mean, what's the point? I just take here. Rook takes d1 and then I take on b7. This pawn is pinned. $18 minutes for Vishy left. 18 minutes, and he has to make 8 more moves before move 40 to avoid losing on time. Then 10-second increment will start. At least there you don't get flagged down easily. Chess is brutal, you know, because you play a great game and one wrong move and then you are again on the back foot. Arhan Abdullah says, what if rook c7? Arhan, you mean here in this position? If I play rook c7, I can take and play bishop d6. Yeah, I think that would be nice. Take, bishop d6. You move your rook, I take on b7. Jai Hind says, Magnus have won or draw +3 positions with black. Yeah, of course it's possible that Magnus can hold this. But by the way, will Vishy win this? Has 72% of the people saying yes. You still think Vishy will win? It's very cool. But now Vishy has taken a lot of time. He has 17 minutes on the clock. Yeah, he's of course calculating. He's not thinking about what to have in dinner, yeah? He's thinking here. He's calculating hard. Also, you know, you get tired at this point. What is it? It's 3 hours of intense calculation. Game started at 8:30. You've been thinking. You tend to get tired. But Magnus finding his only way in the game to come back. This this move which Magnus played c4, such a sly move. He wanted to go here. Queen g4, knight f5 could have been the move. But I think Vishy, this entire idea with queen g4, knight f5 is so difficult to, like, switch between a passer and a kingside attack and then you go there. It's just how engines play. Engines don't have like the train of thought, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. They will be like A, D, F, C, B. They can go in any way. And that's why it's very difficult for us humans to kind of replicate the accuracy of the engines. Genuine question, says Arjun Iyer. What is the stamina they talk about in chess? Are there headaches? How do you get tired? So, Arjun, have you ever given exams where you sit for like more than 3 hours thinking about the answers and writing down? Sometimes your head pains, right? Because of this, and you get tired. Not just like your hand writing, but also the fatigue. And thinking takes away a lot of your energy. So that is where chess stamina really starts affecting. That you start feeling tired mentally. And that is where physical fitness also comes into the picture, because if you're physically fit, you can think much better. I'm a good boy, says there's no chance with just 15 minutes. I'm not sure. Let's see. 14 minutes. I think Anand, if he thinks, the more time he's thinking, the more chances of him not finding this king f1 idea, yeah? Yeah, Shashank says, I'm looking at the live footage and Vishy is very fidgety. It is possible. Because sometimes, when you are in such a position, you start thinking to yourself, why did I allow this to happen? And you start going on the moves before and you ask yourself, could I have done something better here? Or could I have done something better here? And then if you spot something, you start thinking there and you're losing your precious time during your move. I know it's impractical, but that's how human beings are. Yeah, we are emotional beings. We are not robotic. While it's clear that what is gone, now you can't change it and focus on the future. Sometimes you can't do that. You're just thinking about, oh, there was a better opportunity somewhere. My question is, will Vishy be able to find taking on d3 and continuing that way? He's down to 12 minutes 54 seconds. Okay, take. What is the other possibility here? Let's just think. Knight f5 and rook c7 looks very tempting actually. Knight f5, I hit your bishop, you go back, I go rook c7, stopping rook d7. g6, I kick your knight away, you go knight e3, and then I go bishop d6. Yeah, and black is fighting back. Vishy plays queen f1. Yeah, that's where I think Anand played the second best move in the position. It's not simple, but this is what we were thinking after take king f1. Maybe Vishy saw it, yeah, and maybe it's not a winning move or anything. Perhaps like bishop f8, threatening rook here and here. So rook c7, rook takes d5, king e1. Want to come here. Maybe it's not even clear that this is winning, but perhaps this was the best chance for Anand, because after he's played queen f1 in the game right now, I think Magnus's moves are pretty straightforward, right? Like, okay, firstly, I don't think you can take, because I would take pawn takes and go knight f5, and then this rook c8 business would come into the picture. Queen f1. What did Magnus do now? Magnus has 40 minutes on hand. Okay, Vishy is still better, but not by a huge margin now. Ankit says, wasn't there some study showing that players burn thousands of calories during a game? Yes. In fact, there's a very nice article on ESPN .com. It was written by, I think, someone by the name Aishwarya. And check it out. It shows about, you can just put chess players weight loss ESPN. Beautiful article. Goes into the depths of World Championship, how Magnus prepares, and how he takes care of his health and so on. Mr. KS Indian, after the queen exchange rook f1. You mean, no, not, then b7 is hanging. Maybe king f1 is what you are saying. No, I mean, Vishy losing this seems not possible. I mean, it's just very difficult to lose this. Because let's say, for example, you play, by the way, if you play rook d5, this is a mistake here, I think. Because after, let's say, rook c4, take, there are these knight f5 moves in the air, rook c8. If you go g6, then I can go rook c7, making this bishop move, and then maybe rook c8. So I think that Vishy losing this is out of question. I don't think he can lose it. It's too simple a position to hold as white. But winning is the real question, whether he'll win or not. That is a tough one. What happened in the other games? By the way, yeah, we were just looking at Anish versus Radjabov, and Anish has a huge advantage here with Radjabov. We were looking at this opening. Something that Radjabov did went wrong. I think maybe I'll do a recap tomorrow on this game, because clearly, like right out of the opening, Radjabov got a very bad position. Maybe this move bishop d7 is incorrect. I'm not sure. Maybe it was Radjabov's preparation. Just knight c4, knight c8. He got so passive. I think Anish is going to take this one home. He has great space. Black pieces are all sort of jumbled up and very passive. So Anish is better there. Aryan Tari, Wang Hao. Wow, complicated game. Wang Hao has kept his advantage as black. Vashir, Lagrave and Topalov around equal. Maybe the game ends in a draw. I think we also had an Armageddon happen between Mamedyarov and Wesley So. They drew, and I think Mamedyarov won the next game. I mean, maybe that's what has happened. And after queen f1, right now, Magnus is thinking for his move. He has 36 minutes on hand. Sharath says, honestly, a draw against Carlsen would be a good result. Sharath, I also think it would be a good result if at the start of the day, someone told me that Vishy would draw against Magnus and then go into Armageddon. But when you get such a position like you did here, I wouldn't say that draw is something that Vishy would be thrilled with. Padma Bhan Bharadwaj says, can they exchange queens now? So Padma Bhan, I think if you take here, that would be not good. White is better and close to winning after this, because you can't take this pawn knight f5. So just look at this very carefully, guys. Knight f5, the bishop can't go back, rook c8 is winning the game. The bishop can't go to f6 because I take, g takes f6, knight e7 check, and I pick up the rook. So the bishop has to go to either d8 or g5. If you go to d8, still rook to c8. So you go bishop to g5, and here I play just h4, and I take away all the squares of your bishop, and you can safely resign this game. So taking on f1 is out of question. I mean, Magnus doesn't do it in his sleep, yeah. So either queen d5 or rook d5. I was thinking rook d5, but then it's the same thing. Like I can play takes, and your queen doesn't have any good move. Also knight f5 in the air. So this is also winning. So I think Magnus will play this one. And here the only difference between this and the position like what we have is that here black has rook well placed and he's having an extra tempo. So here g6 is an excellent move, stopping knight f5 and preparing rook d7. Yeah. I think here for Anand to win would be very tough. Rook d7, rook c8, rook d8 back. Not easy to win. But also Magnus taking his time, 34 minutes on the clock. Sharat says, I was thinking overall in this way, this tournament is shaping up. A draw would not be bad for Anand towards eventual victory. But of course, I concede that in this position, Anand would not be satisfied. Yeah, overall from tournament situation, if Anand gets a draw, he gets 1 point at least. If he wins Armageddon, he gets 1.5. So clearly that is a good result. But I mean, if you beat Magnus in this tournament, like if this game Vishy wins, I think then his chances of winning the Norway Chess become like huge. Absolutely huge. Yeah, Arco Ray says chess is brutal. Vishy was winning. And this move rook c6 kind of changed everything possible. Yeah. I mean, rook c6 was of course the move that brought the evaluation down. But guys, it's not over yet. It's not over. And I think there's plenty to play for here. But I think that Magnus will find queen d5. Take. Bishop f8. Rook c7. Bishop d6. Rook c6. Bishop f8. How do you make progress? Rook c b6. And yeah, this is the position which we need to assess. I mean, is this having any chances of victory? Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Like rook d7. This might be very difficult to win. I mean, you can get the knight here to a6. It could be something, but how do you get your knight? This is controlled. It's not so simple. Okay, we have a couple of super chats. A11 says, Sagar, I just wanted to say we love your content here in the UK. Keep doing these streams. Also, I think this game has a draw written all over it. Not all over it, but yeah, chances of draw are high now. I mean, Magnus takes good amount of time. He should be able to find it. So, yeah. Rutvik Marathe says, love this match with your commentary, Sagar. Bhai. Thank you, Rutvik. It's been very close. And let's see how this pans out. Is there any more twist here? Will Magnus make any errors? You know, both players sitting there, focusing completely, close to 3 hours, 15 minutes. Okay, Kasparov here in the chat. मैं हूँ Kasparov says, मुझे विशी पे भरोसा है, वो ही जीतेगा. Okay, cool. Rasmus Vasquez says that after this position, take, and g6, right? Or bishop f8, whatever. Like, let's say bishop f8, because preparing this. Rook c7, bishop d6, rook here, back here. And now g6, right? And or rook d7. Maybe knight e4. Yes, but I mean, why are you getting? It's not going to be easy to win this. You need your knight here on a6. We have some more messages, some more super chats. Raj Shah says, playing at the highest level at 52 years, a sport that was completely revolutionized by computers after he mastered the sport. So Raj Shah, I think this is what makes Vishy special, that at every age gap he has, at every juncture of his life, he has adapted to the situation. And this also he speaks in his book Mind Master here, where he talks about the fact that how adapting to the new challenges is very important very quickly. And sometimes maybe your results don't even show the need for you to change. For example, let's just say in your work you are doing very well and everything's going fine, but somewhere changing at the right time. Just a second. Did he play the move? Oh, he played bishop f8 here. It's also a fine move. Wow. Bishop f8. No, Magnus says in this position that, guys, knight f5 and all this stuff happening, I'll just put this bishop back. And that stops rook c8 ideas altogether. And knight f5 ideas. Great move by Magnus. Fine move. Yeah, so the thing about adapting is that sometimes things may not even look so bad, but he changed many times. Like he changed his opening repertoire when e4 was doing well. He played d4 against Kramnik, and sometimes you have to just change so that you don't become predictable. Guys, what Vishy has done are not blunders, right? These positions, these moves that he has played, like rook c6, I wouldn't call it a blunder as such, but yeah, you may like say it's a definite mistake. Queen g4 and knight f5 was winning here, but yeah, once he went rook c6, queen d3, queen f1, and bishop f8. Nice move by Magnus. And now the time is low, and I think Vishy might do well to just kind of agree to a draw. I mean, not agree to a draw, but might just kind of exchange and get to equality. But there's a very interesting idea here, guys. Look at this move, d6. Okay, you can't take with the queen because rook defends it. You can take with the rook here, but then comes a very special move in this position. Actually, very special move for that matter. Let's ask the chat. Guys, what do you do here? White to poof, white to play. Brilliant job, guys. Rook c8. Nicholas, Sukh, Soham, Rahul, Rushikesh, Prasanna, Mikhail, Jai Krishna, Starboy, and PS. This is the correct move. You go rook c8. He has to go rook d8, right? What else? Now I play queen d3. You must take. I take. You take. And I queen. And I win. Just over. White wins. So d6, you can't take with the rook. You might want to take with the bishop here. Then I go rook d1. And now if you play queen f1, I go king f1. The bishop can't move because I take and rook c8. It's not so easy. But also for Vishy to find that move is also not easy. Yeah, and white wins here. So yeah, Vishy takes rook takes c4, which is I think the most natural move in the position. But here's the point. After takes, takes black to play and hold this game with a beautiful move, beautiful defensive move. Can you find it? Black to move. This is the move which Magnus would have spotted, of course. Yeah, correct move given by Rishi Agarwal, Fyro Boy, Samir Sangam, Abhiraj, Jai, Satvik, Edufan, Divam, Sarbamoy, and Gautam. Rook d7. And there is no way the rook can defend this pawn on b7. Once you lose the pride of your position, the game is drawn. Rook d7 is a brilliant move. And I'm sure that Magnus would have seen this after rook c4, because no other move. I think Magnus, I mean, he can take queen d5 here, but then after rook c7, Vishy is still pushing. It's like not, the game is not over. Let's say bishop d6. Here, very cool move, by the way. Just have to ask you guys, white to play. Yeah, you guys are right. Tushar, Jai, Jaswant, Gauri Shankar, Devansh, Aradhya, Ramesh, Rakshit, Bhalchandra, Durgesh. Knight f5 is a classy move. Hitting the bishop, you can't take. Knight e7 check, and the queen is lost. So this is not a good idea. But let's see. I mean, you have to find queen f1 and rook d7. I think Magnus should be able to see it. Yeah, he takes. See, he takes on f1. And if you haven't seen rook d7, you won't take on f1. Most likely, they might even agree to a draw here. Five more moves for 40 moves to reach, and then there will be 10-second increment. Yeah, there you have it. Magnus spots rook d7. Beautiful defensive move. Magnus Carlsen showing why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Able to hold this draw, and I am sure Vishy would be very, very upset right now at having missed this opportunity to beat Magnus. But yeah, that's chess. It's not easy. It's not so simple. Yashasvi says rook e4, knight e4, but Yashasvi, I can just take on b7, right? Take. Yes, you can play d6. Then after f5, your knight is attacked. Your pawn is going nowhere. This should be gone. So Magnus Carlsen, guys, let's not be too upset, because this would be a draw, and then we go to the Armageddon, where Vishy would have 10 minutes, Magnus would have 7. But yeah, Vishy beating Magnus in classical game, that would remain something that, yeah, that's missed. That chance is gone. They play rook c8, rook b7. What's the move now? Rook a1 maybe. Oh, maybe he wants to go rook a1. Interesting. That's the draw now. Rook a1, and the threat is here. So you have to go rook a7. I'll go here. You can go rook db7. It's possible, but maybe they just repeat. Yeah, like back. Oh no, there's some moves happened. Rook d7. c8, rook b7. Anand just took. Takes, and knight f5. And now another accurate move by Magnus, rook d7. You can't take this pawn because of knight e7 check, and the bishop can't take it because the bishop is pinned. You might want to go g6 here, but then knight at 6 might hang. So it's not simple, but I think he can go f6, king f7, and then unravel. Himank says, Sagar, if Anand draws this game, will he get black in Armageddon? No, he'll get white. Those players who have white will get white. Yeah, I would say that the move rook c6, which Vishy played, as you guys correctly mentioned, that changed the game kind of around. But the winning move here, I mean, the move that would have given a huge advantage, queen g4, is not so simple to find because the threats are not like straightforward. You are threatening knight f5, knight h6 with this queen looking here and the rook looking on h6. But maybe on the other hand, you might get a bit worried here. Maybe h4. Yeah, it's perhaps not so trivial. But yeah, queen g4, if he would have found, then rook d5, knight f5, hitting here, threatening knight h6 would have been very strong. Anand goes g4 in the position. On the board, g4. Yeah, I think f6. Magnus will do this in his kind of sleep. f6, king f7, g6, and just hold a draw. Oh, Magnus does it. Oh, it's a draw already. They agreed to a draw. Knight h6, king h7. Rook takes. I think Anand agreed to a draw here. Rook takes, king takes, and then next move he will save this pawn and then pick up this pawn on d5, and it will be 3 versus 3, which is a draw in the position. And so, guys, the game between Magnus and Vishy, what a big encounter, has ended in a draw. We will now go to the Armageddon here, which will start in a bit, and we have to wait for it. Ashish Ghorpade says, can you please say hi to Khanak Paharia? She's 10 years old with 1075 FIDE rating. Her small sister is also better in chess. Khanak Paharia, wishing you all the best, Khanak, and to your sister as well. Instead of g4, why not d6 and then knight check? You mean here? d6. Maybe there's only one move to defend. And let's see if you guys, very good suggestion. Can you guys find it? Black to play and draw. Only move to find. Try to think. Yeah. Let's have a look at what your suggestions are. f6, fantastic job done by Suraj, Jai, Rushikesh, Abhishek, Sayan, Karmanya, Pasindu, Dani, Swagato, Ayush. F6. Now if knight e7 check, I have king f7 and black is doing fine. And somehow it's not possible. Now king comes here and then this pawn falls. So should be equal. When does the Armageddon happen? I think it takes around 20 minutes for things to resume. Let's see. Let's look at the leaderboard. Let's have a look at the leaderboard here. So Magnus and Anand still on 9.5 at the top of the board. Wesley on 8.5. Mamedyarov has reached 8.5 as well. MVL 6.5. Topalov 4.5. Anish might win and reach 7 now. Radjabov on 3. Wang Hao and Tari. So Anand needs to now win the Armageddon. Guys, what do we have on our plate now? So what we have on our plate is Vishy taking on Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon. Vishy will have the white pieces and he will have 10 minutes on the clock, and Magnus will have 7 minutes on the clock, and Vishy must win. If it's a draw, Magnus wins it. That's the Armageddon rules. We had an amazing session, guys. We had an amazing session because Kramnik joined in. We had so much happening. But yeah, I must say that it was very close. Vishy played amazing chess to get a winning position, but World Champion Magnus, not easy to beat him. Not easy. Rakshit says, with this draw, Anand gains 1.5 elo points and moves to a live rating of 2762.3 now. 1.7 points behind world number 8. Okay, so still world number 9, but very close to world number 8. Nice. So guys, you can also just join in like 10 minutes or so, and I'll be here. I'll be talking to you guys. Maybe we'll look at other games. Maybe we should check out what's happening with Anish and Radjabov. And yeah, whenever the game between Magnus and Vishy Magnus and Vishy begins, we will be commentating on it. Maybe I'll try to see if someone can join me. By the way, guys, today the Indian chess tour got completed, and it was won by, does anyone know who won it? It's the qualifier to the Champions Chess Tour. So one player gets to play in the Champions Chess Tour. Arvind. Yeah, Arvind Chidambaram won it, and that was very cool. when looking at this game of Anish versus Radjabov, I have a feeling that Anish should be able to convert it because c6 pawn is tremendously weak. We have very nice pressure on it. Anish goes rook c2. But it's just the nature of chess, guys, that in a position when one side is winning, the opponent, you have to find many times the only moves to win. And it's not easy. So our idea of Anish is rook c1 and putting pressure here. So let's say rook c8, rook here. Very difficult to defend such a position because knight is also coming to d4 to put more pressure. Rahul Verma says, Sagar bhai, let's not jinx Anish as well. Rahul, it's not jinxing, yeah. Chess में ये होते रहता है, and I think it's a part of the game. When people who are winning smoothly convert it and win, it's as common as people failing to convert it. I mean, it happens at least half of the times that people mess their advantage up. So it does happen. Tanmay says, Sagar, did you see Divya's game against Nuber? Crazy. Okay. I did not see, but maybe it's a good idea to just see it right now. Let me just see if I can pull it up. Rahul says yes, Sagar bhai, but happens more often with Anish. Yeah. Sure. Let's not jinx anyone. Yeah, I don't want to jinx anyone. Let's look at this game which was suggested between Divya and Divya won. Divya won against Nuber. That's a great result for Divya. Let's see if we can get that game on the screen. So here's the game. Managed to get the board and the position and everything. So it went like knight f3, d5, g3, knight d7. Okay. Divya playing very creative chess as always. Okay, white looks better for sure. White has pawn sacrifice to get the c5 square. Nice. Knight d4, okay. Piece sacrifice. Knight a4, not taking the sacrifice. Castles, knight f5. Nice. Very nice game, yeah. Look at Nubair going for the attack. He knows that he's worse on the other side. Take. What? Queen given up. What? What? What a game. Nice. Oh, no. No, this game, very nice. Who just told me this? Amazing. It's tremendous game. What a fight. Divya won actually this game. Man, at some point she just gave up her queen for a piece for those 2 pawns. Oh, it's on ChessBase India, this game. Did Aditya put up a video? Really? One second. The game that kept Oh, nice. 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 It's on our channel. Why I was commentating. Wow. It's already there. Amazing. It's great to see. Whew, what a game. No, Aditya is in Pune, but such games, they make, and he managed to capture it and put it up. So, oh, by the way, after rook c2, knight g6, guys, it's time to now get back into form, yeah, because the Armageddon will start anytime soon. We should be ready for it. Takes and Anish. Oh, what blunder by Raja, because his position looks bad. And maybe the best way to convert this is knight d4, just connecting this. So guys, I'm just going to go to the washroom and come. And until then, I'll just play this once because we made it today. And I think it's a nice one. We put some effort in making this. So please enjoy.
In a world that is going increasingly digital, it's sometimes nice to hold things in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96mm standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have 2 extra queens included. 55mm by 55mm high quality vinyl board with notation with ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have 2 flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
Okay, guys, we are back and all pumped up for the Armageddon between Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen. Dosto, let me just see if everything is set. Yes, here's the game, all set. नहीं, मैं जाके आया, guys. I went, I washed my face, everything. The ad was of good duration, so it gave me good time to come back. Okay. Let's just. I'm just trying to see if we can invite someone for the Armageddon, but let's see. I think at this point, Vishy would be preparing for this game, with some files that might be sent by his second, who would have told him that, look, Vishy, you are white. You need to win at all costs. So maybe Magnus will fix his repertoire after what happened in the game. By the way, yeah. So you may have to change something there. And yeah, this will be interesting. By the way, Anish's game knight cd4 was played. Takes, f6, rook c5, excellent move. Fe, knight e5. Game over, guys. Game over. Game khatam ho raha hai yahan pe. Because taking here might be a threat. Then knight g6 is in the air. Sagar bhai, where is Raja going wrong? In this game, I'm really very surprised, Siddharth, because I felt like here it was just opening and he just got a very bad position right out of the opening. I don't know what is the point. Maybe here castles is the best move. We were actually trying to look at it. Maybe I'll make a video on this tomorrow. Should we quickly check what did he do wrong in the opening? Rishabh Singh says, when will the Armageddon start? I think should start any moment now. It should start any moment. Guys, we have a guest joining in for the Armageddon. Who do you think will join? Any guesses? Oh, started? Started. Not yet, huh? Guys, don't give me this stress. No, it's let's see. He's from the same city as Vishy. I think Raja made some opening error. He got a very bad position. He's actually the man of the moment. He won the Indian Chess Tour today of MPL, Indian Chess Tour, organized by Chess24. And he will now play the Champions Chess Tour, the next one, with all the big guns. And by the way, guys, while we were talking about this, and he is Arvind Chidambaram, he will join us. While we were talking about this, Radjabov has already resigned his game against Anish Giri. So Anish has managed to win after Fe, knight e5, knight c3 was played, which turned out to be a blunder because after rook c3, he thought he can take on d4 because of take and knight e2, knight d4. But what was the move that he had missed? White to play and win here. Guys, come on. Find the move. मैग्नस को मिस्ड कॉल मार के रूल बुक के थ्रू आउट करवा दो सागर भाई. नो कॉल्स अलाउड. ट्रैवल विद निखिल रोश. Arey, we have I am Rodrigue Nava in the chat. Hello, Rodrigue. And he says, hi, Sagar. Good morning, India. Hello, Rodrigue. Good to see you. And the move here is, well, knight g6 also gets the job done because anyway you are going to win this. But I think even stronger is knight f7 check. Because if you go knight g6 and he goes king h7, you can't still take here because c3 is also hanging. Or maybe you can as such, because queen c3 there will be knight not knight f4, knight f8 check. Queen c3, knight f8, king g8. How does this end in a mate? Knight e6, king h7. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe knight d7 here, queen e4, and then yeah, you pick this up. But straightforward is knight f7, and then he can't go here, he has to go here, and then this you lose and it's over. So yeah, this was the easiest way. We are all waiting for the game to begin. By the way, another game has ended in a draw, MVL and Topalov. Standings, huh? You want to see the standings? Okay, sure. These are the standings. Anand 9.5, Carlsen 9.5, Wesley 8.5, Mamedyarov 8.5, MVL 7, Anish 7, Topalov 4.5. And guys, while we talk, we have the guest joining in here. Hello, Arvind. Arvind, can you hear us? Okay, he's fixing it. Arvind, we can't hear you. Maybe you have to fix your... Not yet. And guys, yes, now we can hear you. Hello, Arvind. But maybe Arvind can't hear us. Hello. While Arvind is very strong at chess and has won national blitz and also the Indian chess tour right now, he is struggling with his headphones.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Arvind, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Arvind, a huge congratulations to you for winning the Indian chess tour and qualifying to the Champions Chess Tour. What a big achievement. And I think after day 2, you were not like in the top, right? You were like number 4 or 5. You really crushed it towards the end.
Yeah, too. Like, I mean, the day was very crucial. Like, I did not expect me to win 4 games in a row. Like, at the 2 with very stronger oppositions. Yeah, like, was unexpected. Yeah. Oh, the games are begun.
Yes, we will talk with you, Arvind. But let's go to the game. Vishy versus Magnus. And we have plenty of moves that have happened. So let's start from the beginning.
Yeah, sure.
E4.
And also, like, Vishy was winning in the classical game, right?
Very much winning. So it's the Italian here. Knight f6. This happened in the game, in the classical game as well. But bishop e7 happened there.
Okay.
And this time Magnus goes bishop c5, bishop to g5 by Anand, bishop e7, knight to c3, d6, a4, castles, a5, Vishy gaining space with his a pawn, bishop g4, h3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and knight d4, queen d1, c6 castles, b5, and this is the live position on the board. Arvind, what do you think with the time? Vishy has 8 minutes 46 seconds, Magnus has 5 minutes 23, and also the position.
Yeah, white has a long-term advantage, which is double bishop, first of all, and also he has a huge time difference, I mean, comparatively. And Yeah, all Vishy needs to do is constantly put pressure on both time and the position. Yeah, so he's doing great till now.
So
So
he's
A6 happened both.
played queen to f3 here.
Yeah, I think here back is threatening B5, so it's I think important to stop it by playing. Right? Yeah, queen f3 on the board.
Hmm. So he's put his queen on f3, and what did you say he's threatening?
Like black was threatening D5, I think. Kind of
D5.
planting the bishop on A2
Uh-huh.
and threatening D4. So yeah, it was important to stop.
Right. Okay, so he stopped this move, queen f3. Guys, the position is around equal, but Anand has actually increased his time lead from 3 minutes to 3.5 minutes. And Arvind, there's no increment, yeah, till move 40. Only move 40, after move 40, you get 1 second increment. In OTB chess, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy. Yeah, and also like it's hard to get D. Okay, we moved knight to E2. Huh?
Knight e2, and by the way, d5 has been played.
So
And
the
you
knight
don't...
is heading to F5, and
you mean like this,
promising
knight
there.
g3,
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
f5. Okay, c3 played by Vishy. First stopping d4 maybe?
Not really. I don't know why C3 was played, but maybe he wanted to stop. I don't know.
So here white has the bishop pair, and as Arvind mentioned, the knight wants to go to f5. So it definitely looks slightly more pleasant for white, right?
Yeah, and also C3 stops knight D4 in
Knight
the future.
d4.
So C3 is also always a useful move.
Correct. I mean, you know, Arvind, Vishy was completely better throughout the classical game, and then he made a mistake
I thought.
and he lost. He drew. So coming back from that mindset to actually right now having like what 4.5 minute lead and also a decent position, like quite a good position, is great, right? I mean, it's
amazing. Like he has played chess for almost how many years, and he has got that experience. So
he's using all his experience right now.
yeah, true, definitely.
So bishop c5 has been played here on the board.
Yeah, I think Monan needs to find some precise moves. I think to get a better advantage, better position.
Yeah.
I mean, like better than what he has.
Because now after takes here, black has a strong center.
Okay, black can go e4.
Yeah, black has played e4.
And that will be put our knight, queen moves. Okay, most likely queen
e3 maybe.
Queen e3, yeah, queen e3 or queen g3 will happen. I think.
So right now the position is equal, but I think Vishy might have maybe taking on d5. He could have played queen g3 or something here, which could have
queen g3 is a difficult move to make because we want to place our knight on g3. Psychologically hard to put a queen on g3.
So d4 and e4 is a nice move by Magnus. Now queen e3 played, and Anand has to. It goes knight d3. By the way, Anand has to win with white pieces. A draw is okay for Magnus.
Queen d2. Yeah, true. Yeah, Anand will go all out in any case.
Yes, he has to go all out because at stake is half a point. By the way, here rook a b1 was also possible, but Vishy goes queen d2, and now his idea could be to just play knight c1 and exchange this knight off, right? Or knight
rook
f4.
c1 is quite difficult to make, yeah? Isn't it? Or Ameda won't
rook b1, right?
That. Yeah, we want to like push away the knight by playing bishop b1, but b1 feels out to me a little bit.
And by the way, Magnus plays rook a8, but Magnus moving too slow, yeah, Arvind. He's like just 2 minutes and he plays, knight f2, f3, knight f2. What a move by Magnus Carlsen. If you take with the rook, there is e3, and now the knight really settles down beautifully on e4.
Yeah, true.
So this was his plan. If you would have taken e3 with a nice fork, but he took And now Magnus once again thinking, taking so much time. He has to now maybe just mate Anand, otherwise he might lose on time. Okay, but 40 moves have to be made and 25 moves have been played. So 15 more moves to be played.
No, definitely he will make it. No?
He'll make it in 2 minutes?
Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
Just 15 moves to go, right? Yeah, definitely he'll make
But
it.
then only 1 second increment. Eh? It's not like you get like a lot of time after
Yeah,
that.
still it's going to be difficult. Yeah.
Queen d3 played.
I feel like white is a little bit uncoordinated. I mean, the pieces, bishop on e2, not doing much, and knight on e2 as well.
Yeah.
I think black
But
just
if you
needs
get
to-
knight f4 and put more pressure on d5, that could be something, right?
Yeah, true. Maybe black can consider g5 at some point, but
g5.
might weaken the king, but yeah, it has to be played at the
That's
right
a typical Arvind move, yeah? g5.
Not really like. I think black has the option to.
But you know, Arvind, I am really surprised with Magnus's time management. It is quite unbelievable that he is going down to a minute on the clock. 5 minutes 21 seconds below Anand. He goes, oh, maybe the clock had stopped. Yeah, okay. So he played it. Okay. He went, few moves happened. So queen d6, rook f3, g6, rook f1, knight h5, g4, knight went back, knight to f4, and this is the live position. He goes knight g5. And now Vishy can go back, rook f2. Yeah, he goes back. But Magnus will go knight e4 again because draw is okay for him.
True. But I don't think Vishy will repeat. Maybe he'll go rook g2.
Rook g2, huh? Yeah, he plays it rook g2.
Now g5 is a serious threat, I think. Maybe h6 will be played, I think. Or even.
G5 and take the pawn on d5 because there are two attacks with the knight and the bishop. Both looking there. Oh, he's made a mistake perhaps. H6, but I don't know. Maybe h4? H4 g5, no?
Yeah, h4. Yeah, maybe.
That looks possible to play.
Yeah, like all of a sudden now black is the one who is under pressure.
Oh, he plays h4 and now g5. The move that you had recommended some time ago now has been played, but in a completely different situation.
Yeah.
Take. And actually, Anand has complicated the position so much that Magnus needs time to think, and he doesn't have so much time. He started to move quickly. He goes king g7.
Yeah, what if rook f5? Yeah, rook
f5.
rook f5. I think he will put pressure on the h file actually.
Rook h8, yeah? Give up the pawn on g5. Oh, he
maybe
plays
some
it.
That must be some trick. Yeah, I can sense it, but
because if knight g5, rook g5, king
yeah, that rook
f8.
h4 here. Okay. Okay, is that better for black?
Because this rook on e file, rook on h file, queen here, bishop not doing much could be worse, right?
Oh yeah.
He takes, and Magnus once again thinking 40.
I have the feeling that Magnus will go rook h4 and doubling the rook on h5. But yeah, let's see.
Oh, but rook h4, Arvind, there is bishop takes d5 strike.
Shown a d5.
Oh, it happened! It happened, Arvind! Rook h4, bishop d5. Vishy finds this.
Wow, instantly by Vishy. Wow, that's amazing.
Vishy found it in a second, and Arvind, hats off to you because you thought of the move that Magnus will play, you know?
No, yeah, I know it's the most natural move to make, so I suggested it.
Bishop d5, and now guys, if knight takes d5 in this position, then knight takes e4 is hanging. And that bishop was sleeping on a2, has just been activated. So he takes on g5, rook g5. And now Vishy will, because he has more time, better position also.
Now, it's not easy for Anand.
Yeah.
He's going to take on d5, so...
Knight e5 is hanging.
Maybe some bishop f3, still queen f4 and...
Bishop f3, but there's one move, Arvind. One winning.
Maybe queen f3 or no. Still not so easy, yeah?
if Vishy can find this move, Queen G3, how easy or
Queen
difficult
G3.
is it?
Wow. Maybe I think he can find it.
He can find it?
He's got like 3 minutes on the clock. I think he will find it.
And the thing is, Anand has stopped, like he didn't blitz it out. So maybe there are chances that he will find it.
Yeah, I think he will find it for sure. Like, I don't see any other good moves. Like, if white goes Queen F3, black has Rook E1 and Rook H1.
But you said no, Bishop F3 is also thinkable.
Yeah, same with Bishop F3, I think.
Queen F4.
Black can go. Yeah, Queen F4. So many good options for black. So we'll definitely find Queen G3.
Let's see. If Vishy finds Queen G3 here, then the queens will be traded, and in the resulting position, he will be 2 pawns up. That's a lot. And plus his time advantage.
Vishy is taking time at the right moment. Like,
Exactly.
I think Queen G3 must be the only move, I guess.
No, he goes Bishop F3. But okay, the position is still around equal. Magnus has 20 seconds. Vishy has 2 minutes 15. And by the way, this was move 39. So we are closing on move number 40 from where 1 second increment will start. Queen F4 played by Magnus. Great move. Rook E5. Rook takes E5?
I think it's not going in Vishy's way, I think.
Yeah, because now this will be closer to a draw, right?
Yeah, black has simplified a bit.
But he's still pawn up, Arvind.
Yeah, it's still a pawn, but look at white's team, yeah.
But Bishop E2, just keeping control maybe.
Also, I think Queen and Knight is dangerous combination.
Queen and Knight are a dangerous combination, yeah. But Vishy still has 1 minute. And with an extra pawn, anything can happen.
Oh, he's got only 1.5 seconds, right? So not at all easy.
1 second per. He has to now play just about anything that he has to.
Queen D4 is the first move.
Yes, Queen D4 is the best move, Arvind. Let's see if that happens.
Yeah, he will go for it. If I can find it, then definitely Anand.
Arvind is like, oh, if I find it, then it's doable for Vishy. Come on.
Before Queen G5 will happen, I guess. Then
Queen D4, Queen G5. Oh, he goes G5, I think. Knight H5, because Magnus hardly had any time. So he goes Knight H5. Arvind, G6 and let's mate him, no? Oh, he played it.
Wow.
He played it. And now Queen D8, Queen D8.
King G7. Queen D7, Queen D6. Rook is hanging.
Yeah, Queen D7. Now Queen E8 force.
Queen
E8 force. Take
I
and
think he can even take on E8 and take on G6. Yeah.
It's winning. A6 is also hanging. Rook A6 and okay, Anand is winning. A pawn is queening.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, okay, 95 and Rook E6. Okay.
Oh,
wow.
Just like how Pragnananda won that night with Rook G.
Yeah.
Similar way. Vishy wins.
Yeah, I think as you said, the Magnus took too much time in the middle game, so I think that is why I think he went wrong. So,
yeah.
Wow, amazing game they won.
What nerves? What command on nerves at the end. And I think time played such a crucial factor there. Because although Magnus made it move past move 40, he had only 1 second to make his move, which is not enough in such a complicated position.
Yeah. True.
Wow. Vishy Anand wins this. And Arvind, if you had to choose one moment which you thought in this game was very nice, what would you say?
Yeah, the crucial moment was Rook H4, Bishop on D5, definitely.
This
and also Knight and G5 and King of 8 is not at all easy.
So if Magnus had taken
here in a classical game, definitely Magnus would have found it.
In the chat, it's all Vishy OP, yeah? All Vishy OP and
to understand this position is winning for black is difficult. It's easy to see Knight G5 and King of 8, but yeah, to understand it difficult. What if white goes Rook F5, let's say here?
Here? If rook f5, check.
Rook f1.
Take.
Queen f1, let's see.
Yeah, knight e4.
Yeah, and queen. Oh, okay, queen f6 is coming. Yeah,
Yeah, somehow
yeah. To understand it,
yeah, not easy.
yeah. It's nowadays. I mean, whenever you.
But Vishy was so alert with this. I think because he found this bishop d5, it must have unsettled Magnus like anything here.
Yeah, true. Like this trick was really important.
Yeah.
I think this is the crucial moment of the game.
And after knight g5, because the main point was that once you take on d5, the e4 knight is unstable. So he took on g5, check, and now queen g3 was an important move, but he went bishop f3, queen f4, rook e5.
So where did Magnus do wrong here? Maybe he should have played
Maybe rook h1.
rook h1.
But it's not easy, yeah, Arvind, because
Yeah, with
the
1
game
second on
keeps
the
on
clock, yeah.
going. It's not like there is a forced draw. So once it's not there, then... And this g6
Yeah,
was
g6 is also amazing move. Yeah. Knight f4, white has g7, queen g7, queen d8 is mate.
And then checking here, not doing any rook g6 business, yeah, like queen g6 or anything of that sort. Like taking check,
true.
so that if king comes up, and as Arvind rightly spotted here, check and you win the rook. So he had to go queen e8, take, rook g6, and then a6 was hanging, and that a pawn combined with the bishop. And Magnus was like, okay, I can take on b2, but the a pawn is too strong, so let me win the bishop.
Yeah, this was the last take. Like if rook f6, black has knight g4 and iron f6, yeah, but
yes. If here, then actually Magnus would have, I mean, at least saved the game, but check and...
No, understand. Wondering like after g6, what is knight f4? Let's say knight f4. Okay, yeah, so many ways to win. Yeah, so never mind. Yeah. Even queen d8 is winning. Yeah, queen d8. I thought g7, king e7, black can go for king e7, but still it's winning. Queen e4, queen e4, I think.
Yeah, queen e4 wins. Wow. We have a few super chats. I'll just read that and also a few messages, and then I would like to also talk about what you achieved today, Arvind, because you have done something truly special and people want to hear about that as well. Arvind has won the Indian Chess Tour, guys, and he will now take part in the Champions Chess Tour. Soham Pandya says, match started, yeah. Dev Kumar Kohli says, love you, Sagar. Love you, Vishy. Long live chess. Jai Hind. Thank you, Dev Kumar. Vishy OP in the chat. Srivatsa Harish says, Arvind Thambi, Ni Oru, Lucky Charm, Epo Wumava. Did I read it properly? Did you understand?
No, I did not get it actually. Like
he wrote in Tamil, I think. Ni Oru Lucky Charm.
Ni Oru Lucky Charm. You are a lucky charm. Yeah.
Epovumeva.
Like always you are a lucky charm.
Okay. Nice. धीरज अग्रवाल, थैंक यू फॉर सुपर चैट. मैं हूं कस्पारोव सेज, भाई मुझे विशी पे पूरा भरोसा था. कार्लसन ने अच्छा खेला लेकिन कस्पारोव का भरोसा विशी पे है. अरे थैंक यू. मैं हूं कस्पारोव. वेंकटेश सुंदरम says, just for Vishy's super performance, Madras Tiger strikes back. Thank you, Venkatesh. Shivam Adhikari says, Vishy OP. Thank you, Shivam. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says, टाइगर भले गिनती में कम है लेकिन जितने भी है सबके लिए काफी है. विशी सर ओपी, once a legend, always a legend. Vishy versus Vishy next, please. Yeah, you know, Arvind, the thing which makes this win so special is the fact that he came back after that heartbreak in the classical game. And I think to readjust yourself in the next 20 minutes to prepare something new, and also, I mean, it's all unbelievable. It requires great mental tenacity, which Vishy has.
Yeah, and also I think like he has faced so much of such scenarios before, I think. So yeah, it's quite easy for him to handle such situations, I think.
Absolutely. And just looking at the leaderboard here, we have Vishy now leading the tournament with 10 points. Magnus Carlsen half point
Wow.
behind with 9.5. Wesley So 8.5. Mamedyarov 8.5. MVL 7. Anish 7. Aryan Tari 6. Topalov 4.5. Radjabov 3. Wang Hao 3. Amazing. Arvind, have you ever like trained with Vishy? Like he says no that he plays blitz games and all with many youngsters. Have you ever been part of it?
Yeah, I've played Let's with him.
Hmm.
Some 5 or 6 games.
Okay.
Like during the I think Olympiad camp, I guess. 2020.
Hmm.
So yeah, that was the only. And also he invited me to his house when I became a GM, and we analyzed some positions. Yeah, it
But
was a
that
great
must
one.
be way back, no? In 2014 or so, or
Yeah,
2015.
2014. This is my 2015 actually. Like
Nice. Yeah, you were such a young boy at that time, and now Arvind, with this, what you achieved today, you will play against Magnus Carlsen and all these top players later this month, or when is it? The next one? It's later this month, right?
I don't know actually. Like I did not. I mean, like I didn't even know that I'm selected for Champions Chess Tour until Srinasana and Tanya said.
Acha, you didn't even know. Also, thank God I was not saying so. You are selected, right?
Yeah, I'm selected.
Mm.
Okay.
And how was the experience? How were the games? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, definitely. Like I think most of my games were clinical, so I'm happy with that. And some of the games could have been better, obviously. Which yeah, I have to work on it.
Hmm. What was your favorite game? Can we look at that one game that was your favorite?
Yeah, sure.
Which one was it?
Like I played like so many interesting games,
Okay, let me see if I can
which
pull
I
it.
won't actually in
Which you?
general. So
Yeah, you can tell me. I will also pull it up. Meanwhile,
maybe my game against so many interesting games. Maybe on third day, like all of my games were interesting on day 3.
sure. I'll try to get those games.
Yes.
And then we can check because I think what you achieved in a field which had Arjun, Nihal, Raunak, so many good players. I think it was a very strong Surya. It was not
Yeah,
at all
true.
easy to win this tournament. I think it was one of the toughest. And by the way, we have a few more super chats, so just read them out. Um,
Yeah, sure.
We have Arhan Abdullah who says Carlsen had beaten Vishy in Chennai. Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Because this was in Norway. So, yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Yeah, I didn't look at that angle. Nice one.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, guys, when Vishy and Magnus match was going on, at that time there was an open tournament that happened, a GM tournament. And at that point, Arvind had won that, right, Arvind?
Yeah. In Chennai.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean in Chennai, right? Yeah. Like Chennai Open was going, parallelly to
Hmm.
the World Championship match. So yeah, I think that was my first ever Open tournament title. Also, my first GM norm, even my IM norm.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a tournament which is memorable to me.
What a tournament that was. I was there and it was great fun watching it. I just trying to get the games 1 second.
Yeah.
And then next we have another message by Sun Tzu who says Vishy for Vishy for candidates. You think Arvind he can like do that entire thing again, play candidates, become like fight for the title, or it's
Yeah, definitely he has the potential, but I think it is his wish, I think, like to play or not.
definitely
Yeah.
he has the potential. Nice. Yeah, that is true. The way he's playing again, it's amazing.
Yeah, true.
Hmm. And so
He's playing really fast and also making the best moves.
yeah.
That is very difficult to.
it's amazing the way he's playing. Second. I got it. Here are the games. And also we have another message by Sun Tzu. He says, well, the prediction stands true again. Vishy OP. Yeah, Sun Tzu, thank you for all those super chats. And yes, he's played really well. Amazing. Okay, so let me go to which round number, Arvind? Ninth?
From 9 any game, like 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, 9.
Totally like any game is fine.
Okay. So this was your game with Raunak?
Oh yeah. So
B4, C5.
he usually goes for G5 here, like for B4 goes for G5, but he little bit surprised me with C5, which he has never played before. So I'm already like was already out of book. Like I know something, but not the best moves.
So you knew that this G5 you had prepared, but this came
Yeah,
as a
G5 I
surprise.
prepared, but C5 is also a move I know, but I was not prepared.
So knight F6, ED, CD.
Got into a bit of trouble, I think. With, Black was very good development advantage.
If you take on E5, he takes on B4, right?
No, like he cannot take on B4. Then I have this queen A4. So yeah, knight and D5 is what happened in the game.
Oh, bishop
So
D6.
bishop D6.
By
Maybe
the way,
here
Arvind takes, check, and then this move.
is it working? Like
Somehow
wow,
it
nice.
seems, yeah.
I cannot take on D7 because queen E7, knight E5, bishop D7, I think.
Yeah, take.
So yeah, so I think I have to take on D4.
Maybe knight C6 or black is better.
Oh, knight C6.
Okay. Yeah, if you take
maybe
on
I have to take on B4.
B4, then knight E5, and it seems like black is okay.
Oh, okay. Like I didn't check my games.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean this is great. We can just get your thoughts. But yeah. Could be this is possible, but it's true that queen A4 looks scary. He went BD6. F3.
Maybe I should have started with bishop into D4. Castle knight up here to transpose to the king.
So in the game that happened, like knight F3 castle.
Yeah, for knight F3, I think the best move is knight C6. I think.
Knight C6 stopping.
Like D4 castle.
Sorry. Right.
Like I did not check deeply. Like.
But yeah, this just develops a piece and defends this B5.
B5. Check castles. I don't know. Did not check after knight C6.
And give up this because of rook E8. Yeah, and bishop E2. There is D3. So black is okay.
Yeah, this is over.
So in the game, he went instead of knight C6 castles, you went takes knight C6, bishop E3.
Yeah, already I thought like I've consolidated his attack. So
he took.
Yeah, he has to be castles from now on. Like if I can castles and go knight C3 D4, then I'm simply a pawn.
So A3 knight C6. Bishop E2, you are pawn up for now. Rook E8, knight C3, bishop F5, castles.
So yeah, I think already white is doing good.
Yeah,
knight D4 is unstoppable, and I have to look for knight G4.
So knight G4 means D4 now you can't play.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, bishop G5. Yeah, point was. The other move considered was H3. Like H3 is the most solidest move. Like during the game, I thought.
Take D pawn, yeah.
Yeah, D3 basically.
Because then you are pawn up, no?
Yeah, like he has double bishops, and I thought some compensation like for black, but I was not sure. Like I thought bishop G5 is even better than H3, so decided to go. I decided to keep my bishops on the board.
And bishop g5.
Yeah, see now he doesn't have bishop h2 kind of like, then I take on h2 and g4 is hanging.
Take here, 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 and just
Bishop
b7.
g4. Maybe bishop g4 is better. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So he went after bishop g5, queen
Maybe queen
d7.
a5 is the best move to stop d4. But still, white is fine, I think.
h3, no?
Yeah, h3. Like maybe I would have played h3.
Mm-hmm.
If knight g5 is still not easy to get d4. h3, knight g5.
Yeah, this is hanging. Maybe it's good to move this knight, no? Knight b5.
Still, I think I have to prove it.
Because he still has a6 and your knight does not have a good square, yeah. So this was perhaps the best, but he went queen d7 and you got
after
d4.
d4, yeah, was plus minus.
f6, d5. Did you convert this like smoothly?
Yeah, like I did.
c5, a6, rook e1.
Obviously, it could have been better, but what I played was fine. Bishop f1 was not necessary. Like, I thought I took too much time there. Maybe knight f4 was other alternative. Was considering taking the game.
Knight a4. Bishop
f1 was also fine. Just made it simple.
He cannot take on c5 because of
and
take
after taking everything
and
like I had
f4. And you win a
better
piece.
to start with rook. Maybe f4 is better.
So he went knight d7, take, rook c1, and yeah, this is now just winning.
Yeah, so
you took here and you won. Very nice.
Yeah, this game was smooth.
Yeah, this was very nice. You beat many good players. You beat Karthikeyan. You beat also Arjun Erigasi.
Yeah.
And can we also look at that game that you won against Arjun? Was it a good game?
Yeah, sure. Like any game is fine.
Okay, because I guess that happened in round number 2.
Round number
3.
4, I think. No, 4 or 3. No, 3. Yeah.
3.
Yeah, 3. Yeah. Fourth game I lost to Arshak. Yeah.
So let's look at this game against Arjun. By the way, we have a huge super chat by Sun Tzu, who says Indian chess flying high. Thank you, Sun Tzu. No, this was by Vikrant Tandon. Oh, Vikrant Tandon, thank you. Says Indian chess flying high. Thank you, Vikrant. It's very kind of you. So here, Arvind, you are white. You opened with d4, knight e6, knight f3, c5, e3. So this is already fresh position, yeah? Like you prepared anything or just over the board?
No, e3 is, yeah, it's called the Cole system, right? I mean, like going for position.
But it's not something that you would have prepared too much.
Just a moment, like it's my bad experience.
Okay. By the way, guys, all those who are here in the chat, we have with us Arvind Chidambaram here, who has just won the Indian Chess Tour and has now qualified to the Champions Chess Tour, which will happen later this month, and he will face the big guns. Yeah, and we are looking at some of his games. But after an amazing day at Norway Chess, where Vishy beat Magnus in the Armageddon.
Yeah, but I've seen like a lot of games in this.
You've seen a lot of games.
So yeah, I have some ideas.
Bishop d3, b6, castles, bishop b7. But generally, it's not considered like very theoretically challenging, right? For black.
Yeah, true. But black has to, find some good setup at the same time. So, I think what Arjun played in this game is not that good, I think.
Take and d5. Yeah, this is the standard way, right? Because otherwise, or maybe you can start with bishop e7 and then knight c3 must play d5, otherwise you will go d5.
Yeah, true. And if he goes castles, I think I can go d5. Yeah.
If you castle,
Yeah.
then d5 and white is better. So here d5, but I don't know which one is better, to play d5 first or now. So
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah.
he went here,
Yeah, take was
took,
critical knowledge. Yeah. Define.
knight c3, he took.
Yeah, I think white has got so many like good games in this variation. I think the main move is bishop e1. I think, yeah.
Bishop e7. But then you would give a check or what?
I don't remember exactly, but the game goes on with
Rook e1,
95 maybe.
95.
Not entirely sure. Maybe castles and maybe bishop e5 first and maybe. No, bishop e5, he has bishop c6.
You mean here?
Yeah. I mean bishop e7.
Oops, sorry. Bishop e7.
You can go either bishop b5 or knight e5. Yeah, like think the theory goes on, I think.
But he took knight e7, knight g5. Oh, interesting move, huh?
Yeah, I
maybe
think,
bishop
yeah, like,
f4 or rook e1 or something is normal, right?
Yeah, I can play most like bishop f4, but I think he would simply go bishop e7 and castles. So after that, I have to be careful with my c3 pawns. C3 pawn, yeah.
So here, if he goes h6, I want to ask the chat, what should white play here? Because Arvind knows this.
I think the chat will get it quite easily, I think. It's not that difficult.
Actually, chat, many of them must have slept or tired, but there are still around 3,000 people, so I'm sure they will find the answer. Let's see what is the queen h5 or knight e6. Arvind, both okay for you?
Maybe during the game, I thought knight e6 is
But yeah, knight e6 is a better move. Arnav, Hesanda, Anda Burger, Tarun and Maharup. Well done. Knight e6. And then you've taken queen h5, right?
Yeah, I take queen h5 and crash.
Just over. Check. King e7. And then bishop from here. And it's done. So he played queen c7.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, I did not feel like playing against Arjun. Like, definitely, this is not his game. Like,
This is not a.
I mean, this is not his game. Yeah, like he plays really well in the opening. He always gets some pleasant position, like out of the opening. But so yeah, like I think after queen h, maybe rook e1 is the best. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you find such a move? Yeah, rook e1, because it's not like a very attacking move, but it's a killer move.
Yeah, but I did not like find it during the game. I played queen h5.
But what is the threat? Like if I play bishop d6, wanting to like, I think I can't castle, and basically it's
maybe is queen h5 possible here?
Queen h5, yeah, g6.
Thinking of some sacrifice on either take on g6 or e6. Maybe knight d6 is also interesting. Yes.
Take. If hg, there is queen h8, and if fg, you can already take on e6 or
maybe rook on d6.
rook e6, and it's winning for White.
It's winning, yeah. So bishop e7. Yes. Rook g6. I think black has long checkers.
Hmm.
So yeah.
So here queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2, knight f8. Knight f8. I think bishop f4. I think bishop f4, queen d7. I think they still goes on. Queen d7. Maybe I can simply move my rook and threatening rook e1.
Yeah. Bring the other rook and you are just crushing him.
Yeah.
So you went here. You went queen h5 first instead of rook e1. He went g6. You went queen h3 again, threatening to sack on e6. He can't long castle because of knight takes f7.
Yeah, f7.
So bd5 played.
So yeah, I think he missed this move. I think
What a move.
this tactic, like if bishop c4, I have this queen f3, double attacking both a8 and f7.
Yeah, this is so nice.
Maybe I can either
attacking here and here.
I mean, like I can either go directly or they can go queen f3.
Yeah, you can also take
Yeah.
bishop c4, bishop c4, queen c4, and then queen f7, queen f3 with this amazing idea. So he went bishop b7, knight e6, fe6, queen e6.
Yeah, king d5, king d8, bishop g5, and bishop e7. So rook e1. Yeah, I think it's already over for black.
Queen f6. What a nice move. He had to long castle because if he went rook g8, then you go bishop a3.
What?
Bishop g5.
No, bishop g5.
Yeah. Everything
Okay. So yeah, like after rook g8, then long castle, okay. This one. So actually, here I was thinking of some funny edition. Like
did you not take? Could you take here also? Is that also?
Actually, I can I had this as an option, but I was not sure. Like it's still winning, but I thought rook e7 is the safest. Also the thing that bishop f4.
Yeah.
So like here I was thinking of some funny variation. Like let's say he can ask the chat maybe like queen c6, queen to c6, bishop on the c6. Yeah, it's already over. He retained after bishop f4, but yeah, d5, bishop b7, c5, b into c5, rook b1, rook h8. Yeah, here maybe chat can find this.
Oh, Arvind. What a move. Okay, guys, try to figure out. Arvind has a small challenge for you.
Okay, but these are unnecessary, but
yeah, but it helps them to improve and stay sharp and also impress you. Whoa, nice. Not bad, yeah, Arvind.
Wow, that's great.
They found it. Bishop a6 is correct. Krishna, Hayato, Arnav, Chinmay, Hesanda, Niranjan, Shashwat, Mayank, Ashish, and Captain Vagar. Well done. So bishop a6 is a cool move, threatening bishop b7 mate. If you take, then rook b8 check, and a study-like finish with rook c7. Very nice question, Arvind. That was very cool. So this was...
Yeah, like I was thinking like how to like make it as simple as possible. So I thought this would be the...
But he just resigned here because he...
Yeah, like obviously he, like both of us knew that it's winning.
Yeah. And any other one game can we look at? Last one before we...
Yeah, sure. Like
which one? 10?
Any game like
Ganguly maybe? Was it good? Or you think with Abhijit Gupta or
Gupta's
with...
game was interesting, yeah.
Sorry?
Gupta's game is interesting.
Is interesting. Or Abhimanyu Puranik.
Maybe Gupta's game, yeah, like
Okay, you're white.
because at one point like it got really complicated in maths.
This line which is getting very popular, right? With b3, bishop b2.
Yeah, like it, at one point it was, yeah, like after Carlsen that was perfect. Yeah, it was.
I think it
most
also
popular
happened
line
in the
against
candidates.
Knight of. Yeah, like I think it has happened in many tournaments. Yeah, like. So.
But generally, I've seen f4 played by white. This f3 is also there.
No, I mean, like maybe can you go back here? Like f4 happens only after back. So yeah, back. Oh no, back. Yeah, knight. Yeah, queen d4, knight c6 is the main one. Queen d2, g6, b3, bishop h6. Here it goes
Bishop
f4.
h6. Yeah, if he goes, okay, got it.
There, like there, no need to go for f4. Yeah, like just only weaken my e4 pawn.
So here you went f3, a6.
Yeah,
G4.
to f3 to restrict the knight and yeah, get g4 h4. Yeah, to g.
Knight e5, g5.
I don't know like what he missed actually. Like maybe he's the only knight of 3 g does with knight d2 f g7. Maybe he was completely into the variation, but I think maybe he missed queen e3 or queen f4. But I don't know. Like,
He was maybe thinking, yeah, to play.
Or like he did not want to play Dalmo like knight of d7, f4. Still, I mean, white is completely winning at c6, h4, h4. White is better.
Yeah, white is just
I
crushing.
think that could be the reason. Yeah?
So he took on f3. So maybe his entire idea with knight e5 was not the best.
Yeah.
Take queen f4, knight g5, queen g5. So you are now having piece for 2 pawns. So should be clearly better.
Yeah, sure. He threatens h6. I think I have to retreat to h4.
Only move.
So bishop f6.
Bishop h3, knight e5, king b1, bishop g7.
So I did not want to give any counterplay, but I did give him some counterplay, I think. No, not really, but yeah, some counterplay. Rook of 1, like all these moves are fine. K8. Now I'm threatening some knight d3 or let's say some knight on g6. Even knight d3. Really.
Sorry, knight d3 and queen f7, right? So he went rook f8
back.
back.
To rook f8, yeah.
Queen h4, threatening e7, rook e8. Oh!
So I thought like this move is completely winning at first, I thought. But after some time, like I thought bishop d5, bishop into d5 is completely winning for me because I'm threatening bishop d8 at the same time some bishop e5 and bishop f7 steps. But what I missed was like I missed this intermediate move
e6 attacking
the still queen. Winning, but I do not want to go for endgames. Like, still have to prove that.
Stakes. You have to prove this winning pawn piece up endgame, but
it's not easy. Like getting some knight d4 and strong outpost on e5. So yeah, like also rook on d5 is winning, but I thought I would have a good outpost on e6 for my knight with the pawn on d5.
This also is very
the rook
strong.
on d5. Yeah.
Took here.
So rook of 8 is a good move. Like f6, knight e6 wins on the spot. So yeah, knight e6. I think here I can have so many wins actually. Can I go knight g7, king g7, rook f7? No, that's no.
Rook f7, king f7, queen h7,
king of 6, rook of 1, he has queen of 5. Yeah. So I need to.
But you went here.
Maybe some bishop d5 and rook of 1 is winning.
Yeah. Take. Just say take here and
Rook of 7.
rook f7. King f7. Queen h7.
Queen h7. Yeah.
Rook g8.
Rook of 1.
King e. Okay. This is g8 is hanging. Very nice. So he took. You took here. He took. No. This didn't happen.
No. He played rook of 5, so he played rook of 5 and took on f7.
You took rook f7, knight e6. So you're given back a piece, your piece, but your knight is very well placed on e6.
So how's the material, like 5 pawns? 5 for 5, 5 for 6. Yeah?
He is a pawn up.
Okay. So I think the last critical move, I think, in the game, knight g5 was important. It was important to provoke h6 or h5 in order to weaken the g6 pawn. So this was the last critical moment, I think. Like, after queen b5, my play was simple, like rook g1, g5. And also g5 had this knight and g5 option. But queen e4 is the strongest. Yeah.
Very knight g7 attacks the queen and he resigned because king takes, I think, g8.
No, he cannot take on.
Oh, sorry, it's defended.
Yeah.
Bishop is there and queen is hanging, so that is winning.
He cannot go. He cannot give a check on d2 and capture my queen. His queen is also hanging.
Yeah, very nice, Arvind, and some great games there you played. And I think today was the last day you were leading, and you managed to keep that. It tied at the end with Nihal, but I think you won on tie breaks.
I mean, and also the way Nihal won against Karthikeyan was amazing. And the question was dead drawn, and yeah, Nihal is well known for his.
Which one?
Yeah.
Last round.
Like, I think Karthikeyan versus Nihal. Like, I think it was penultimate round. I think. Like, if Karthikeyan had drawn or won the game, like I mean, like I would have won the game, won the tournament with the round 2 spare.
He played Scandinavian and. So it was all like.
Yeah, it was completely winning for Karthikeyan, like till some point.
Oh my god. Completely better.
I don't know at which point he messed it up. Okay, I never thought like Karthikeyan would lose this one. Maybe queen a4 was the critical. Maybe he should have gone queen b3. Maybe. Am I right? Or
yeah.
Queen to b3. Yeah, and here Karthikeyan was really on time and played queen a4. After this, Nihal showed amazing technique.
Because this endgame is also drawn only.
Yeah. Also, like Karthikeyan was really low on time, which is really not difficult. I mean, which is really difficult to play in such positions with it.
So all good till now. Oh, he took here.
Yeah, I think here maybe I was thinking of rook h5 and rook h5. Is it good? I'm not sure, but
yeah,
my own thinking.
It's also drawn.
H5.
But he went. This is also draw, no? Like check, king here, check. Oh.
Yeah, this was a critical one. Yeah.
He could have given a check and taken on b2, and then.
Yeah, and I think king of 4 is also important. Yeah, and it is deeper.
Sorry, here takes, and now king f4.
g5 is also fine, I think, but yeah, king of 4 is the best.
How do you even calculate g5 is fine? Here.
G5.
Because it's like you have to calculate
really
till the end,
yeah,
no?
like, but I would have gone king of 4 in a tournament game or a bullet.
To shoulder.
Yeah, shouldering king of 4.
But he went here, check, here, and then he didn't give a check. He went g5, And I think this was a nice move, and he resigned here.
Yeah, like after this win, the tournament was still long. Yeah, like I had to make at least a draw to fix the title.
Yeah. So Arvind, congrats for this victory, and you know we spoke at National Rapid and Blitz where you won both the titles, and you were saying that I hope that I will be more professional and in many ways. So are you able to work on that? Are you happy with how things are going?
Yeah, true. Like I was really professional like for this tournament. I did not do any other activities like other than chess. So I did like I was professional. So yeah, I
You're
was happy with
totally
that. And
focused on this event.
yeah, true. And also I did not take so much pressure. At the same time, I was focused. So I think I managed it pretty well.
So in the next event, maybe you and Pragnananda both will play, and I think he would also be there. So that will be fun, yeah, to play in the same tournament.
Yeah, true. But I think we will have to face each other. I think
Yeah, and that will be something which will be very exciting for us. Maybe not for you guys
not
because
for us. Yeah,
you
like
are good friends of each other.
yeah, like and also we share some same opening preparations and so
Hmm.
on. Yeah, so.
But let's see. I mean, it will be fun. And would you be playing anything else before that, Arvind?
Uh, I'm thinking to play Benaski Open. So it's happening next month. So yeah, I'll be playing that. Other than that, I haven't planned anything.
And also on June 28th, it will be revealed whether India has a third team or not at the Olympiad.
Okay.
And if that news comes out and we have a third team, then maybe you play at the Olympiad as well. Yes, perhaps because you will be in the next 5 players, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but like I'm not too much worried about it.
Yeah, if it works out, it's good.
Yeah, if
Otherwise,
any player gets in, it's good for the team and India. I think yeah.
amazing. Guys, Arvind, of course, very, very humble, very wonderful person, and I'm very happy that he's managed to win such a strong event. Arvind, huge congratulations to you from the chat as well. And
Okay.
take care and all the best. Thank you for joining today at such a late
Yeah,
hour.
thank you, boy. Yeah, like I was, I really wanted to get your insights and so on. That's the reason I joined.
On the
Like, obviously on Carlsen on Anya.
uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I was like I was going to do it alone, and then thanks to you joining in, it became even more fun. And you know that moment was special when you said Rook H4 and Magnus played it, and then Bishop D5 happened. I think that was a
Oh
very
yeah,
special moment.
true.
So thanks, Arvind, for joining. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, bye. Yeah, good night.
See you. Guys, that was Arvind Chidambaram joining us, winner of the MPL Indian Chess Tour organized by Chess24. Very strong event, taking part players like Arjun, Nihal, Raunak, Gukesh. I think Gukesh didn't play at the end, he was there. But Abhimanyu, there was Leon. Very, very nice event. Mitra Bha, Kartikeyan, Surya Ganguly, and Arvind winning it was epic. But the big news today is Vishy Anand beating Magnus Carlsen. How do you top that news? What a big one. Um, Vignesh says Vishy was very sad after about his draw in the live broadcast. True. Swapanil Datta says, got selected as a volunteer for the Olympiad, hoping to meet you and everyone else in Chennai. Swapnanil Datta, for sure. That's very great news. In fact, I saw so many tweets from you, so many Instagram posts or stories where you guys have mentioned that you are selected for the Olympiad as volunteers, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting all of you. Many of you got selected, so congratulations. And some of you who haven't, I think they are still selecting people, so don't lose hope. Is Arvind brother of Pragnananda? No, he's good friends of him, not brother. Will you cover JSCC finals? Yes, we will do like both. I will prepare for junior speed chess and also Vishy versus, who's Vishy playing tomorrow? Just have a look at the standings once more. Vishy will take on yeah, Vishy will take on tomorrow Anish. Oh, tomorrow is Anish. Wow. AG. That'll be a big one. So let's enjoy that. And Anish beat Radjabov today. So that was a big victory for Anish. He would be high on confidence. And Vishy, after his encounter with Magnus, leading the tournament, and actually it becomes realistic, yeah, that he can win. So if he has to play Mamedyarov still, Anish, Aryan Tari, and then Radjabov. So it's a mix. It's a mix. Let's see what happens. But a big day for Anand, for Indian chess, that Vishy managed to beat Magnus Carlsen. And guys, I will post some videos on this analysis and all tomorrow. Very exciting day. Thank you all for tuning in. Bye bye. See you.